Chapter 9:24. In every corner of the great world of God, there were knights of law enforcement, and blood-red flags were planted in castles, villas, and manors. Every aristocratic family had knights who were wearing knight armor and carrying their own weapons as they walked through the portals. David had sent 5 level 5 knights of the sanctuary. In fact, these 5 level 5 knights of the sanctuary were equivalent to him personally. They were all his clones. They entered through the planet-level portal of the Gamma star, and when they reappeared, they were already on the Tula star. Through the eyes of the level 5 knights of the sanctuary, David saw that the main city of Tula was full of knights, and there were almost no ordinary people. The weakest knight here was an official knight, and some knights with the logo of the Supreme Council were guiding them. Honorable knights of the sanctuary, the gathering place of the knights of the sanctuary is in the square in the center of the main city. Please follow me, a guide knight hurriedly said with a bow when he saw the 5 level 5 knights of the sanctuary. This guide knight was a knight of the Supreme Council who had received education from the Supreme Council and could recognize every level 5 knight of the sanctuary. When the 5 level 5 knights of the sanctuary appeared, he had already recognized that 4 of them were sanctuary knights who had followed Lord Arthur to the Supreme Council, but he did not recognize the other one. Normally speaking, it was impossible for this guide knight of the Supreme Council to not recognize a sanctuary knight, but when he saw the emblem on the level 5 knight of the sanctuary, he also understood. This unfamiliar level 5 knight of the sanctuary was also a sanctuary knight of Lord Arthur. The guide knight led the 5 level 5 knights of the sanctuary to the square, where there were already nearly 30 level 5 knights of the sanctuary. It was still early, and the other level 5 knights of the sanctuary had yet to arrive. When the 5th level temple knight saw the 5 temple knights arrive together, he also saw the shadow leopard emblem on the body of the unfamiliar knight, and was extremely shocked. Previously, he had thought that Lord Arthur's 4 5th-rank temple knights were his full strength, but in just a few days, another temple knight had appeared. Chairman Gould, who was talking to someone on the side, immediately walked over when he saw the 5 5th-rank temple knight. "Nice to meet you, President Gould. I am Harlow. These are Mike, Bayer, Harry, and Crow. As per Sir Arthur's order, we will follow your orders at all times." The Knight of Harlow's Sanctum bowed and introduced himself to President Gould. "Welcome to the 5 of you. Please make the necessary arrangements. Here are 4 coats of arms. Please put them on," Chairman Gould said as he took out 4 coats of arms and handed them over. The 4 coats of arms representing the Berger family, the Goff family, the Cooper family, and the Kirk family were accepted by the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum and distributed. Only then did the other level 5 temple knights understand why Lord Arthur had sent 5 level 5 temple knights. How deep was his friendship with President Gould that he would help his 4 allies like this? It was no secret that President Gould's 4 old friends had fallen during the god-slaying battle. The care that President Gould had for the 4 families was obvious to all. This was also why many top nobles were willing to ally with him. Someone who could take care of his friends' families to this extent was trustworthy. When President Gould saw the 4 level 5 temple knights wearing the 4 coats of arms, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although Lord Arthur had already promised him, this matter was related to the survival of the 4 families, so he couldn't help but be nervous. Part of David's mind was on the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum. Otherwise, with the wisdom of the Harlow's Sanctum Knight, he could only passively follow orders and fight at most. If he wanted to deal with the relationship between people on his own, he would need some time to learn. In the next few hours, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum slowly arrived one after another. President Gould was very anxious, but he couldn't rush them too much. It should be known that the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum was only given 6 hours to prepare. This was already a very short time. Every level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum had huge family interests behind them. The top nobles were better. Even if a level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum fell, there was still the deterrent force of a level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum. The top nobles could recover their strength as long as they cultivated a level 5 Temple Knight of Harlow's Sanctum within 2 generations. However, It was different for some great nobles who had level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum. A level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum was everything to the great nobles. Once a level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum fell, the great nobles would decline, and there would be no chance for them to rise again. Of course, only the great nobles ranked at the top would recruit level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum. When the 6 hours were up, there were still 2 level 5 Knight of the top nobles who hadn't arrived. Instead, all the great nobles had arrived. The 2 top nobles themselves were in trouble. One of the top nobles didn't have a level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, while the other had a level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum who had fallen into a severe state of emotional loss and was unable to fight. Chairman Gould looked at the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum in front of him. He understood that once the war order was issued, there would be no mercy. The 2 top nobles would be stripped of their noble titles. Among the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, Arvid, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, and the other 5 Knights of the Harlow's Sanctum. He was the other Sanctum Knight of the Lytton family. Due to the war order, although the Lytton family wasn't a top nobles, the 2 Lytton family Knights of Harlow's Sanctum had been cultivated by the top nobles of the great world of God. Therefore, no matter how unwilling the Lytton family was, they had to send a level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum. The great world of God had experienced tens of thousands of years of history, and there were no loopholes in the policy that could be exploited. The Lytton family had sent Arvid, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, because they had no choice. Count Ebby didn't dare to come at all. If he came, it was likely that he wouldn't die in the war with the Zerg, but would be casually assassinated by Lord Arthur. Arvid, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, came because of the war order. He didn't come immediately at first, but only after confirming that Lord Arthur didn't participate in the war order and only sent 5 Knights of Harlow's Sanctum did he come with peace of mind. When he saw the 5 level 5 Knights of Harlow's Sanctum, Arvid, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, doubted whether Count Ebby could lead the Lytton family. If they offended Lord Arthur, not to mention Lord Arthur's own strength, just Lord Arthur's Sanctum Knight of Harlow's Sanctum would be enough to sweep away the Lytton family. Arvid, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, felt discontented. He forcibly suppressed it, but the seed had already been planted, and it was up to him to see when it would sprout. It wasn't only Arvid, but also Mickey, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, who had been staring at David's 5 Knights of Harlow's Sanctum. The shock in his heart was more intense than any other level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum. This was because he had sensed the bloodline of the 5th level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, which was also of the Black Dragon bloodline. In other words, besides Lord Arthur himself of the Black Dragon bloodline, there were 5 other level 5 Knights of the Black Dragon bloodline. From this point of view, was the Morse family of the true Black Dragon bloodline, or was the Luce family of the true Black Dragon bloodline? Mickey, the level 5 Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, had an even bigger question in his heart. Was this 5th Knight of the Luce family the last level 5 Black Dragon bloodline Temple Knight of the Black Dragon bloodline? Were there any other level 5 Black Dragon bloodline Temple Knights? Prepare to set off, Chairman Gould ordered in a deep voice. Including Chairman Gould, 81 level 5 Knights of the top nobles, in addition to the 33 level 5 Knights of the greater nobles, rose into the air and flew towards the sky. Following behind them were Sky Knights on flying mounts, numbering more than 2,000. Through the eyes of the Harlow's Sanctum Knight, David observed this unimaginably large group of knights. Only level 4 Knights and above could enter space to fight. Level 3 Earth Knights did not have the ability to fight in space. Just like the title of Earth Knight, an Earth Knight who left the ground would lose the help of his mount, and his vitality and combat strength would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, they would need auxiliary equipment to survive in space. Although Sky Knights also needed the Spinulosa disc to survive in space. With the help of flying mounts, they could still move freely in space and maintain a strong combat strength. Therefore, most of the Sky Knights gathered this time would follow the first line of battle against the Zerg, while the rest of the night would stay on Tula to form the first line of defense. In just a few hours, all the residents of Tula had been evacuated. All non-war resources were moved away, and those that could not be moved had to be destroyed. Every bit of energy left behind could increase the reproduction energy of the Zerg when they entered Tula. The great world of God, a war machine that had not been unified for a long time, began to operate after the war order was issued. The knight profession cultivated by the great world of God showed its incomparable superiority at this time. Knights obeyed orders, and every knight could be integrated into a group of knights at will. A group of knights could also be integrated into a large group of knights. On Tula, where the civilians had been evacuated, large groups of knight were quickly arranged. The number of knights in each group reached 5,000, and there were a total of 1,000 knight groups. Moreover, there was a steady flow of knights entering the planetary level portal. The 114 level 5 knight temples entered space first, and David saw the 27 starry sky flying ships that had been parked in space for a long time. Among them, there were 5 special golden starry sky flying ships that belonged to 5 shrines. These were also the vehicles of the priests and priests sent by the 5 shrines. 114 level 5 knight temples. Every 5 level 5 knight temples would enter a starry sky flying ship, and 90 level 4 sky knights would enter after them. Chairman Gould used his authority to place the Harlow Temple Knight and the other 5 knight temples in his starry sky flying ship. With the chairman starry sky flying ship as the lead, the starry sky flying ship flew towards the starfield of chaos. Compared to the slow movements of the great world of God, the Zerg were much faster. Under the command of the Queen Mother, a large number of Zerg used spatial Zerg, such as the Space Ripper, to open a portal and arrive at the portal. The appearance of 20 level 5 Zerg shocked Dexter and Narsen's level 5 Knight Temples. They didn't expect the Zerg to be so powerful. After all, the Zerg's greatest strength lay in their reproductive ability. The Zerg could use the Zerg's Zerg C tactic to strike fear in any enemy, but the Zerg had always been very cautious when it came to level 5 combatants. There were very few level 5 Zerg that appeared on the War Star. The 2 level 5 Knight Temples didn't know that the Zerg had been using the resources of the War Star to cultivate high-level Zerg. For this reason, the Zerg didn't hesitate to use the excess low-level Zerg to wage wars on the War Star every once in a while. The Zerg's current strength had probably far surpassed the imaginations of the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. An ear-piercing cry rang out. This was the sound of a level 5 Zerg golden-shelled bug discovering the energy clones of Dexter and Narsen's level 5 Knight. The 2 energy clones were hidden very far away, and they even used a formation to hide their presence, but they still couldn't escape the golden-shelled bug's senses. This wasn't anything strange. The Zerg's evolution was usually very focused. Once their senses reached level 5, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to discover hidden enemies. The golden-shelled bug cried out as it charged in the direction of the energy clones. A portion of the Zerg behind it split off to follow the golden-shelled bug. The other level 5 Zerg, the red-winged ant king, responded to the golden-shelled bug's cry and flew over as well. The 2 energy clones didn't hesitate at all. They didn't even think about fighting. Using an energy clone that was already running out of energy to fight a powerful level 5 insectoid. Wasn't that just courting death? Level 5 Zerg were extremely powerful. Normally, a level 5 Zerg would be able to match several level 5 Temple Knights of the same level. And this was under the premise that the level 5 Temple Knight was equipped with powerful equipment. The Zerg had an innate advantage in terms of physique. At level 5 Zerg, their physique was already far beyond that of a level 5 Temple Knight. In terms of strength and speed, the Zerg had an innate advantage, and level 5 Zerg were the same. A level 5 Temple Knight also had an advantage. When multiple level 5 Temple Knights gathered together, their strength would be multiplied due to the Knight battle formation. However, Dexter and Nelson only had 2 level 5 Temple Knights. How could they form a powerful Knight battle formation? The 2 energy clones sped towards the hidden starry sky flying ship, which was the key to their escape. Without the galactic ship, The two energy clones didn't have enough energy to get lost in the vast space. Even if they didn't get lost, they wouldn't have enough bloodline power to return to the Guardian planet. The good thing was that they were prepared to escape, and the energy clones were fast enough to get on the galactic ship first. The galactic ship suddenly accelerated and flew towards the Guardian planet with a long line of Zerg behind it. Chapter 925. The insectoids that flew out of the insectoid world were divided into two groups. One group joined the insectoid team that was chasing after the energy clones of Dexter and Nelson. The terrifying numbers of the insectoids were on full display. Along the long pursuit line, the insectoid group kept getting longer and longer, but they never broke apart. Of course, the ones chasing after the energy clones were only a small portion. Most of the insectoids remained near the portal. The insectoids near the portal were waiting. When the group of space rippers appeared, the insectoids were all prepared to move out. A space ripper suddenly activated the spatial energy it had gathered, and the first wormhole appeared. This wormhole was randomly activated without a target. It was very far away, and even the space ripper on the other side of the wormhole did not know. However, this was just a probing method of the insectoids. As hundreds of space rippers opened hundreds of wormholes, the insectoids also entered the wormholes in an orderly manner according to their strength. The capacity of the wormhole was related to the strength of the space ripper and the distance between the wormhole and the wormhole. Without considering the return of the insectoids, each wormhole could only allow a few level 3 insectoids to pass through. This time, it was not an attack but a scouting mission. Therefore, the insectoids only sent out level 1 insectoids like the ripper-winged insects. The bewitching brainworm, which specialized in the mind, was connected to the ripper-winged insect's brain. No matter how far away the insectoids were, they could still receive the information sent back by the ripper-winged insects. Although the wormholes were randomly activated without a target, they were not randomly activated. Instead, the wormholes were scattered in all directions. A group of ripper-winged insects rushed out of the wormhole. When they reappeared, the wormhole behind them had turned into a patch of light. There were 200 ripper-winged insects. After leaving the wormhole, they split up again, scouting ahead in groups of 10. Space was boundless, but the insectoids had an instinctive sense for life. This sense became especially sensitive when there was a large number of intelligent life forms gathering in the distance. Even if the ripper-winged insects were only level 1, as long as the ripper-winged insects were within a certain distance, they would be able to sense the gathering of life forms. The 10 ripper-winged insects flew in space for a long time. Suddenly, the leading ripper-winged insect let out a sharp cry. This cry could not be heard in space, but it allowed the other ripper-winged insects to understand what this ripper-winged insect was trying to say. They all turned around. Through their senses, all the ripper-winged insects sensed the gathering of a powerful life form. Although the life form soul, it still did not affect their courage to carry out the order. The ripper-winged insects, the 10 ripper-winged insects flew for half an hour this time and saw the 27 starry sky, flying ships in the distance. The ripper-winged insects, ripper-winged insects, and the 10 ripper-winged insects. And ripper-winged ripper. And the ripper-winged 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 insects. As ripper-winged the ripper-winged ripper, level 2, the ripper-winged ripper. These 10 ripper-winged insects had encountered the energy clones that were guarding the starry sky, flying ships. All the Knight present had fought against the insectoids on Warstar before, so they naturally knew the use of these Class 1 flying insectoids. Compared to the Knight of the great world of God, the combat power of the ripper wing bugs could be said to be very low. Even if they discovered humans, they would not have the ability to attack. However, as scouts, the ripper wing bugs did not need to attack. As long as they discovered humans, they would complete their mission. Just like now, the 10 ripper flying insects had already sent the information about the 27 spaceships back to the insectoids. Inside the chairman's galactic flying ship, Chairman Gould heard the report through the communication array. His expression was extremely serious. The insectoid scouts had already arrived, and they were very close to Tua's star. Tua's star would soon be exposed to the insectoids. Attention! We've been discovered by the insectoids. From now on, double the patrols. All holy cathedral knights, prepare for battle. Chairman Gould ordered in a deep voice from the communication circle. Got it. The various starry sky flying ships responded one by one, and a few energy clones flew out of the starry sky flying ships to participate in the patrols. Bishop McKinley, the Shrines of War have to speed up the defense of Tua's star. It won't be long before the insectoids discover Tua's star. Chairman Gould then sent a message to Bishop McKinley of the War Shrines. Chairman Gould, the War Shrines of Tua's star have already taken over the defense of Tua's star. We won't let the insectoids successfully invade. Bishop McKinley replied confidently. Chairman Gould did not continue to remind him. He was also puzzled as to why the Shrines of War would be so proactive. Originally, the defense of Tua's star was organized by the Supreme Council. However, the Shrines of War had sent word that they would be taking over. That was why Chairman Gould had sent all the Class 5 Knights and the first batch of Sky Knights out. Chairman Gould did not know that the Shrines of War had received a prophecy from the God of War. When the space portal appeared, the God of War understood the reason for its appearance. The God of War had just forcefully awakened the God of Death, and a space portal that could threaten the great world of God had appeared. The God of War did not have to guess too much. He could tell that it was the God of Death's revenge based on these connections. After all, the great world of God did not belong to the God of War alone. As long as the God of War's actions did not affect the overall safety of the great world of God, the other four gods would not say much. However, if it affected the safety of the great world of God, the God of War would have to make up for it. After Chairman Gould received Bishop McKinley's assurance, he was no longer worried about the safety of Tua's star. Of course, more importantly, he had received news from Tua's star that the powerful Annabella Temple Knight was already on Tua's star. With the Annabella Temple Knight there, even if a few level 5 Zergs appeared, there was no need to worry. The Annabella Temple Knight was deeply favored by the God of War. After 2 gods' blessings, the Annabella Temple Knight's strength had reached the peak of the Temple Knights. Many Temple Knight even believed that if there was a Temple Knight in this generation who could break through level 5, it would definitely be the Annabella Temple Knight. 10 Ripper-winged insects flew in space. This was the strength of the Zergs. Even the weak level 1 Zergs had the ability to survive in space. Their team was very lucky. They had sensed a strong life force just now. The Ripper-winged insect's simple intelligence was very clear about what this strong life force meant. This was the Zerg's inherited instinct towards food. Life planet. The Ripper-winged insects sent a message to the Zergs. The huge swarm of Zergs guarding the space portal all received the message from the bewitching brainworm. The Zergs all let out excited chirps. It was a pity that no sound could be transmitted successfully in space. The 10 Ripper-winged insects continued to fly in the direction of the life force. Their mission was to find the exact coordinates for the wormhole later. Tua's star. Heaviside level 5 priest was leading 100 level 3 and level 4 priests. They were busy in the main city of Tua. If someone were to look down from space, they would see a huge magic circle being formed. A magic circle that could use so many priests to set up was huge. It was hard to imagine the scale. However, it was understandable that it was set up by the War Shrines. The War Shrines and the other 4 shrines had ruled the great world of God for more than 10,000 years. Every year, the important harvests of the great world of God would be divided among the shrines. The resources allocated to the War Shrines were more than 10 top-notch nobles. On top of that, the War Shrines also received offerings from their believers. Many important resources belonged to the War Shrines, so the War Shrines had a terrifying amount of resources. Compared to the War Shrines' income, the War Shrines had always been in surplus. It wasn't just the War Shrines. The other 4 shrines were the same. The wealth of the 5 shrines was immeasurable. Open the war space. Heaviside level 5 priest's voice was amplified by a divine spell so that the entire Tuas city could hear it. The 100 level 3 and level 4 priests scattered around the main city activated their minds at the same time. The huge magic circle's nodes were activated one by one. White light rose from the nodes, forming pillars of light. When all the nodes had pillars of light, the pillars of light converged towards the center. Complicated runes flashed in the huge magic circle. After the pillars of light gathered at the center of the main city, they turned into a huge net that rose into the sky. As the net rose, it also expanded in all directions at a very fast speed. In just a few minutes, the entire Tuas star was wrapped in a huge net. The net's range exceeded the planet's atmosphere and reached deep into space. The Knight of the Annabella Temple and the 4 shrines of the War Knight hovered in the air and watched the war space circle unfold. The eyes of the Knight of the Annabella Temple were filled with excitement. The war space circle was an important war resource of the shrines of the war shrines. Although the war space circle had always been passed down in this area, it hadn't been used in the past few centuries. The reason was that the war space circle consumed too much energy and required the divine power of the war god as its core. With the resources of the war shrines, it didn't matter how much energy was used. However, it was extremely troublesome to use the divine power of the war god. Without the permission of the war god, the shrines of the war space circle wouldn't easily ask the war god to grant them divine power to activate it. If the war god hadn't taken the initiative to send a message, the shrines of the war space circle wouldn't have taken out the war space circle. The war space circle covered the entire Tuas star. In order to maintain this coverage, all the priests, including the level 5 priest of Heaviside, couldn't move. They had to constantly input their will into the war space circle. The space war circle was a quasi-god level circle. Normally, a circle of this level needed a god to maintain. The god of war had a sizable number of priests, so this mission didn't need the god of war to do it himself. However, the price was that none of the priests could move. They couldn't stop for even a moment. The Knight of the Annabella Temple smiled at the 4 shrines of the War Knights. "Everyone, put on your armor." After she finished speaking, a special level 5 knight armor appeared on the Knight of the Annabella Temple. This level 5 knight armor was special because the surface of this level 5 knight armor was covered with runes. Runes consumed a lot of energy, so they normally wouldn't appear on equipment. Even a level 5 knight of the Annabella Temple wouldn't be able to maintain the runes for long. Normally, the Knight of the Annabella Temple wouldn't be able to wear this kind of knight armor. She didn't even need to fight. As long as she wore this rune knight armor for a while, the energy in her body would be depleted. Today, however, was different. These 5 sets of armor with 5th level runes were compatible with the war spatial array. The rune knight armor on the Knight of the Annabella Temple was specially designed for her. The design of the Knight of the Annabella Temple showed off the elegance of a female knight. She was also very curious about the rune knight armor on her. This was the first time she wore it since she took it out from a shrine's warehouse. The rune knight armor emitted a faint white light. The runes were automatically activated when the Knight of the Annabella Temple put on the rune knight of the Annabella Temple. However, the rune knight armor didn't absorb the energy in the Knight of the Annabella Temple. Instead, the war space circle provided the energy for the runes to be activated. The Knight of the Annabella Temple felt the surging energy in her body. This energy was fed back to her by the rune knight armor. It was available for her to use at will. In other words, as a level 5 Knight of the Annabella Temple, she could freely use her energy to fight in the war space. The warring spatial array mobilized the energy of the entire Tula star for the use of the 5 5th rank temple knights, such as Annabelle. Even if 5 temple knights of the 5th rank went all out, it would still be very hard for them to consume the energy of the Tua star. After all, a planet of life like the Tua star was constantly recovering its energy. Of course, this was only part of the war space circle's effect. If the shrines of the war space circle had the word war in its name, it had to be powerful enough to be worthy of the name. The Knight of the Annabella Temple could sense everything in the war space through the rune knight armor on her body. She locked onto the position of the level 5 priest of Heaviside in her heart. With a thought, she disappeared and reappeared next to him. This was another powerful effect of the war space. The rune knight of the knight armor could move freely within the range of the war space. Chapter 926. Heaviside was speechless as he looked at the Knight of the Annabella Temple. He couldn't do anything to stop the Knight of the Annabella Temple from wasting energy. Among the 5 shrines, the Knight of the Annabella Temple was a special existence. In the entire great world of God, she was the only one who had received 2 invasions. Looking at the other 4 shrines of War Night, all of them remained where they were, waiting to participate in the battle. None of them were wasting their energy. Everyone knew that the god of war liked war. This kind of war that was ordered by the god of war would definitely attract the attention of the god of war. With the exception of Annabella Temple Knight, the rest of the 5th level Temple Knights were cautious, not daring to overstep their boundaries. Heaviside, how long can this war space last? Annabella was a knight of the temple, so she asked. Of course, asking this question didn't require him to use energy to teleport here. He could do it through the communication array. But with this reason and the chance to try such a rare spatial teleportation, how could the Knight of the Annabella Temple not give it a try? Don't worry, we can last for at least 10 days. After 10 days, there will be other shamans coming to replace us. Heaviside replied with a smile. The Temple Knight, Annabella, nodded with a satisfied look on her face. This time, she could finally fight without holding back. At this moment, the Knight of the Annabella Temple suddenly looked up at the sky. Don't move, I'll do it. Annabelle Temple Knight sent a message to the other 4 level 5 Temple Knights. The other 4 level 5 Temple Knight were also connected to the Space War Array, so they naturally sensed the appearance of the 10 level 1 insectoids in space. Not to mention the fact that there wasn't a need for the first rank insects to be dispatched. Even if they were still in their right mind, they wouldn't take the initiative to provoke the Temple Knights of Annabelle. The Annabella Temple Knight of the Annabella Temple disappeared in front of the priest of the Temple Heaviside. When she reappeared, she was already in space. The 10 insectoids had just risen from the excitement of discovering a habitable planet when they were interrupted by the Annabella Temple Knight of the Annabella Temple. After the 10 flying insects sensed the aura of a powerhouse, they immediately scattered and prepared to escape. However, the Temple Knight Annabella's figure flickered like a ghost, beheading the flying insects one by one with her sword. This feels good. The Annabella Temple Knight of the Temple, as she stood in space. Annabella Temple Knight of the Temple Knights of the Temple Knights of the Temple Heaviside, and the other 4 Knights of the Temple Heaviside. Night. They could only laugh bitterly in their hearts. In a short period of time, the Knight of the Annabella Temple had continuously used teleportation in order to kill 10 rank 1 arachnids. The energy consumption far exceeded the value of killing 10 rank 1 arachnids. Annabella, the Temple Knight, didn't care about their feelings. Her whole body was relaxed. The energy in the Rune Knight's armor was quickly replenished. She didn't need to use any of her bloodline power to teleport or attack. She used the energy in the Runic Knight's armor to replace it. Just like the description of the inheritance of the Shrines of War, the energy transformed by the War Space Magic Circle could be completely controlled by the Knight. And according to the level of the Knight, the energy gathered would be of different levels. Annabella Temple Knight felt it was a pity that the insectoids were too weak. Otherwise, she would have been able to use her skills even more freely. As for the energy consumption, why would she care? The energy of the entire Tula Star could be used at will. She did not think that a few teleportations would consume much energy. The real consumption of energy was when she fought against insectoids of the same level. At that time, she would have to carefully plan. The Temple Knight of the Annabella Temple killed the Ripper Bug scouting team, but the location of Tula Star was also exposed to the insectoids. The insectoids began to gather another batch. At this time, the insectoids were preparing for 3 battles at the same time. First, they had to attack the 27 spaceships. This was what the main force of the insectoids needed to do. According to the Ripper Bug's information, the 27 spaceships were heading towards the portal. Moreover, judging from the aura of the Starry Sky flying ship, there were many powerful auras inside. Next, they had to chase after the energy clones of the Dexter and Narcinite. This was not as simple as chasing after the energy clones. The insectoids wanted to find another planet through the energy clones. The Dexter and Narcinite naturally knew this, but they had no choice. The energy clones had to return to their main bodies. Otherwise, the damage they would suffer would be too great for them to bear. They were preparing to rely on the defense of their guardian planet to fight against the insectoids. The last battle of the insectoids was on Tulistar. As long as they occupied Tulistar, the insectoids would have a place in the great world of God. With the resources of Tulistar, the insectoids would be able to keep their tentacles firmly in the great world of God. The insectoids, who were preparing to fight on 3 fronts, did not even consider the issue of insufficient manpower. The 20-meter-wide portal was not wasted at all. The insectoids were constantly pouring in at the highest speed. Some special insectoids that moved slowly also began to deploy. The elite-grade exploding spray bugs numbered in the tens of thousands, and the concentrated power of their spray was enough to seriously injure a Temple Knight of the 5th step. After the 10,000 elite-level exploding bugs received the information from the Ripper bugs, they adjusted their attack direction. In space, the exploding bugs' range was almost limitless. As long as there were enough exploding bugs, the weak energy loss in space could support the energy beam of the exploding bugs to cross half of the chaotic star field. The elite explosive beetle's body glowed, and the energy within its body was activated, turning into a boiling energy source. When the explosive beetle opened its mouth, the energy source exploded, and a beam of energy shot into space. This was just one elite-level exploding bug. There were 10,000 of them shooting energy beams at the same time. The result was a beam of energy with a diameter of 100 meters shooting into space. After the first round, the 10,000 elite-level exploding bugs did not stop. They began a second round, then a third, and a fourth. From this moment on, the war between the insectoid world and the great world of God officially began. The ones attacking first were the insectoids, and their attack method was super long-range energy attacks. The Temple Knight of Algernon's energy clone was about 100 kilometers away from the galactic flying ships. The clone consumed the bloodline power in its body as the price, and its speed could surpass the galactic flying ships for a short period of time. However, each clone could only last for an hour at most before it had to be replaced. Otherwise, the bloodline power consumed would be too much for the clone, and it could easily collapse. The Temple Knight of Algernon had just received a mission, and he sent his energy clone to investigate. The galactic flying ships could reach the speed of the Interstellar Federation's warp drive, and they could also have the defense of the Interstellar Federation spaceships. However, in terms of attack and warning, there was a huge difference. This was also related to the great world of God. The great world of God valued personal power, and its alchemy pattern development was still lagging behind. Many high-level alchemy patterns did not come from the research of the alchemists, but from the corresponding technology given by the gods. The gods' participation in the development of the great world of God had indeed brought great benefits to the great world of God, especially the rapid improvement in alchemy technology, which allowed the great world of God to easily travel through space. However, this also brought about a disadvantage. The alchemists lost the motivation to continue their research because the technology was so easily obtained. Who knew if the results of a lifetime of research would only require another gift from the gods? Without the motivation to research, the great world of God did not have any attack patterns that could match the speed of the galactic flying ships. Even the defensive patterns were only the defensive patterns used by the castles. It was this weakness that caused the galactic flying ships to be discovered by the insectoids. Chairman Gould had arranged for his energy clone to investigate. The energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon was consuming his blood power while paying attention to the space in front of him. His danger sense had detected the danger in front of him, so he immediately opened the communication circle to report the situation to Chairman Gould. While he was reporting, he saw the white beam of light in front of him. As a matter of fact, the moment the energy clone saw the white beam of light, he lost the chance to dodge. The energy beam shot out by the exploding bugs in space was so fast that the energy clone could not dodge more than 10 meters away. It could not get out of the 100-meter radius of the white beam of light. When a level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon realized that he had no chance to dodge, he made a decision. He did not dodge. Instead, he shared the attack in front of him with the galactic flying ship 100 kilometers away through the communication circle. The 100-meter diameter beam of light rushed through the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon. Normally speaking, the defense of an energy clone was not bad, especially against physical damage. At most, it would lose some of its blood power. However, this did not include energy attacks. The biggest enemy of an energy clone was energy attacks. The energy clone could not weaken the energy attack. It could only withstand it. The white beam of light rushed through the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon. The energy clone could not resist for even a second before it was completely destroyed. The level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon, who was sitting in the galactic flying ship, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. All Temple Knight of Algernon, get out of the galactic flying ship and form a formation. Chairman Gould immediately ordered after receiving the shared image. Luckily, all the level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon were on standby. When they heard Chairman Gould's order, they all flew out of the galactic flying ship and formed a night battle formation in front of the ship. Even the level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon, who was heavily injured due to the destruction of his energy clone, came. At this time, having an extra level 5 Knight of Algernon's would be a great help to the defense. 114 level 5 Temple Knights of Algernon gathered in less than 2 seconds. Their level 5 blood power gathered together and formed a shield in front of the galactic flying ship. The moment the night battle formation was set up, a white beam of light hit the level 5 Knight of Algernon's night battle formation. Boom! The terrifying energy hit the night battle formation. This was a battle between 10,000 elite-ranked exploding spray bugs and 114 Temple Knights of the 5th rank. In fact, if this distance was shortened to 10 kilometers, a single Temple Knight of the 5th rank would be able to kill all 10,000 elite-ranked exploding spray bugs. As long as the exploding bugs attack didn't increase in speed, a level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon would be able to successfully dodge. However, after crossing the distance of Starfield, the energy beam of the elite exploding bugs attack speed had reached an unimaginable limit due to their special ability to constantly increase their speed. This was why a level 5 Temple Knight of Algernon had to forcefully block it to prevent the galactic flying ship group from being destroyed. Actually, this was also related to Chairman Gould's lack of experience. He had only been a chairman for a short period of time, so he was still learning some things about war command. If Chairman Gould was given a few more years, he would definitely be able to change the course of the galactic flying ship group as soon as they were discovered by the insectoid scouting team and avoid the long-range attacks. The elite exploding bugs had reached level 3, and with the special attack method of the exploding bugs, their attacks would exceed their own level by an entire level. In other words, the long-range attacks of the elite exploding bugs could reach level 4. To any Temple Knight of the 5th rank, an attack of the 4th rank would be insignificant. However, when a number of level 4 attacks reached 10,000, the effect would be completely different when 10,000 level 4 attacks were gathered together. This level of attack had never appeared on Warstar before. On one hand, the special environment of Warstar made it so that the insectoids didn't dare to use level 5 attacks. On the other hand, whether it was the Great World of God or the Interstellar Federation, they wouldn't allow a large number of exploding bugs to gather. The moment there was any sign of this, they would send people to eliminate them. 2 seconds of preparation was too hasty for the 114 level 5 Temple Knights of Algernon Knight battle formation. Under the collision of energies, the 114 Temple Knights of the 5th rank poured their 5th rank bloodline power into the formation for a short period of time. But this was enough to resist the first wave of attacks from the 10,000 elite-ranked exploding spray bugs. Chapter 9:27. Less than a second after the 114 5th rank knights blocked the first round of attacks, the second round of energy attacks arrived. Chairman Gould's heart sank. He wasn't worried about the second round of energy attacks, but that if the attacks continued, the knight formation wouldn't be able to hold on without time to recover. 5th rank knights couldn't be lost casually. Even the death of a single one would be a huge blow to the great world of God. It had to be known that the main forces of both sides hadn't come into contact yet. If they lost their main fighting force at this time, it would be a huge blow to morale. We can only hold on for 3 seconds. Do your best to recover. David, who was watching the battle remotely through the Harlow Temple Knight, saw the problem. He took over the control of the knight and the other 4 Black Dragon Knights and said in a deep voice, as he said that the 5 Temple Knights of the 5th rank forcibly met the second wave of energy attacks. Each of them had a shield of the 5th rank in their hands, and the 5 Temple Knights instantly formed a knight battle formation. If the 114 5th rank knights had the cooperation of the 5 of them, they wouldn't have to fear the long-range energy attacks of the 10,000 elite explosive spray bugs. Of course, no one knew that David was controlling the 5 of them. So how could their cooperation not be perfect? The white beam of light hit the formation formed by the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Knights. The 5th rank shield flashed with light, and then the 5th rank knight armor, both of which offset most of the energy attack. However, the remaining energy attack would still cause the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Knights to suffer heavy injuries. The 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Knights forcibly stabilized their bodies and blocked the terrifying energy attack. As a result, the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Knights suffered heavy injuries. The 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Knights stretched their bloodline power into their space rings, and then the undying life force in the alchemy bottles were sent into their mouths. At this time, the third round of energy attacks came. The undying life force continued to repair their bodies. The 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Knights once again moved forward and forcibly resisted the third round of energy attacks. Don't be stunned. Adjust the formation. Chairman Gould looked at the figures of the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Knights and roared at the stunned knight on the side. He didn't want the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights to waste the time they risked their lives for. The other knights also understood, and they hurriedly guided their rank 5 bloodline power into the knight formation. This time, there was enough time for them to balance their rank 5 bloodline power. After blocking the third round of energy attacks, the fourth round of energy attacks came. This time, the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights could no longer forcibly resist. The undying life force's repair was far slower than the energy attack's destruction. In order not to be killed by the energy attacks, David could only control the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights to retreat. Of course, he also saw that the knight formation behind them had been completely rearranged. The fifth round of energy attacks was blocked by the 109 rank 5 knights in the knight formation. This time, it was easier to block it. There was enough time to balance the rank 5 bloodline power of the 109 rank 5 knights in the formation, so that the knight formation could exert its greatest effect. Most importantly, the knight formation had time to switch to a defensive knight formation, which could withstand the long-range energy attacks to a greater extent. After 10 rounds of energy attacks, the elite-level explosive bugs attacks also stopped. The elite-level explosive bugs had no choice but to stop attacking. The energy they had stored for a long time was exhausted. 10,000 elite-level explosive bugs returned to the insectoid world through the portals specially made for them. They wouldn't be able to play any role in a short period of time. The insectoids didn't know the results of the 10 rounds of explosive bugs. This was also a kind of deterrence to show the great world of God how powerful the insectoids were. In fact, if it weren't for the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights stepping forward bravely, once the Knight formation became chaotic, the rank 5 Knight might not necessarily die on the spot, but there would definitely be a lot of rank 5 Temple Knights who would be seriously injured. Knight of the Harlow Temple, how are you guys doing? Chairman Gould came to the side of the Knight of the Harlow Temple and asked softly, "We won't die. At most, we'll be able to recover our combat strength in half a day." The Harlow Temple Knight said with a smile, "I don't know what order Lord Arthur gave, but I still hope that you won't go all out like this next time." Chairman Gould spoke this time with his bloodline power restrained, not letting the other Temple Knight hear what he said. Chairman Gould knew very well why the Harlow Temple Knight did that. If it weren't for the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights having life-saving items, the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights would have already fallen by now. They paid such a price just to cover the Knight formation. Logically speaking, with the means of the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights, even if the Knight formation became chaotic, they would still have the ability to protect themselves. With so many rank 5 Temple Knights sharing the energy attack, the damage they received was completely within their range of tolerance. If it weren't for Lord Arthur's instructions in advance, Chairman Gould couldn't think of any other reason for the 5 Black Dragon Bloodline Temple Knights to go all out like this. Of course, David wouldn't risk the lives of the 5 Temple Knights. He was confident that he could let the 5 Knights survive. As long as the 5 rank 5 Temple Knights didn't die on the spot, the undying life force stored in their space rings could save them. This was also something that David had prepared for the 5 rank 5 Temple Knights for their safety. The undying life force was too sensitive, so he didn't dare to use it on others, but he didn't have to worry about using it on his own Temple Knight avatar. Under the grateful gazes of the rank 5 Temple Knights, the Harlow Temple Knight and the other 4 Temple Knights were the first to return to the chairman's Starry Sky flying ship, while the rest of the Temple Knights returned to their respective Starry Sky flying ships. Chairman Gould also ordered all the Starry Sky flying ships to change their course, no longer sailing on this route that had already been discovered. On the 5 Starry Sky flying ships of shrines, the 5 bishops all put away the methods they had prepared to deal with the situation. Using these methods at a time like this was a huge waste, and unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't use them here. Although in the end, they had sacrificed an energy avatar and 5 Temple Knights to block the long-range energy attack from the insectoids, all the Temple Knights, including Chairman Gould, had heavy hearts. The strength that the insectoids had displayed this time was much higher than what they had displayed on Planet Battlestar. The experience they had gained from dealing with the insectoids on Planet Battlestar was very likely to be counterproductive. Therefore, the Temple Knight became more vigilant, and they no longer looked down on the insectoids like before. When they had set off, no one had thought that the insectoid world would be much of a threat to the great world of God. What was the most powerful thing about the insectoid world? It was the endless insectoid tide. However, the space gate that was only 20 meters in diameter greatly limited the number of insectoid tides. Although a 20-meter wide spatial gate was not small, this spatial gate was not enough for the bug tribe to send in enough troops, given a massive number of bugs in the bug tribe world. As long as the insectoid world did not have enough insectoids to come to the great world of God, the threat of the insectoid tide would be greatly reduced. Moreover, Chairman Gould had issued a war order in time, allowing the great world of God to send out a large number of knights. Before coming, all the Knight had thought that this would be an easy battle, a massacre, and the duration of the massacre would depend on the number of insectoids. Now, all the Knight no longer looked down on them, and the Temple Knight became even more vigilant. If they had reacted just a little faster, Lord Arthur's 5 Black Dragon Knights would not have risked their lives for them. David sensed the situation of the 5 Temple Knights. The healing effects of the undying life force were still ongoing. The long-range energy attacks were too fierce, and although the 5 Temple Knights had grade 5 shields and armor that blocked some of the attacks, their bodies had suffered heavy injuries from their bones to their organs. With the physique of a grade 5 Temple Knight, it would be fine if they were not injured, but once they were injured, it would be very difficult for them to recover without grade 5 healing potions. The Undying Life Force was much more effective than grade 5 healing potions, and it was a divine item that could heal gods. Even so, the Undying Life Force still took about 10 minutes to completely heal the 5 grade 5 Temple Knights. However, David did not let the 5 Temple Knights get up. For the time being, Chairman Gould did not need their help. In front of the portal, 50 sonic iron beetles were lined up in a row. A large number of grade 3 and grade 4 insectoids were sent into the belly of the sonic iron beetles through the light beams. This was the insectoids preparing for a land battle. The sonic iron beetles had a space the size of a field inside their bodies. When the insectoids entered this space, they did not just line up in a single layer. Instead, they stacked up and filled the entire space without leaving any gaps. Every insectoid that entered the space inside the sonic iron beetles would try to shrink their bodies as much as possible so that the sonic iron beetles could contain more insectoids. One sonic iron beetle could carry 10,000 insectoids, so 50 sonic iron beetles could carry 500,000 insectoids. This was enough to start a medium-sized war. This was only the first batch. The moment the insectoid world and the great world of God were connected through the portal, the two worlds would have to fight to the death. The insectoids were not good at defense. Their creed was to attack. If one attack was not enough, then they would attack 10 times or 100 times. If 1 million insectoids were not enough, then they would attack 10 million or 100 million insectoids. As long as there was enough energy with the insectoid's ability to reproduce, they would be able to produce as many low-grade insectoids as they wanted. The 50 sonic iron beetles, which were filled with grade 3 and grade 4 insectoids, formed a transport team and flew towards Tula Planet. Along with the sonic iron beetles were 3 grade 5 insectoids. The grade 5 insectoids sat on the backs of the sonic iron beetles, and the sonic iron beetles began to accelerate. After a few hundred kilometers of acceleration, the sonic steel beetle continued to use its speed to break through space and perform a 1,000,000-kilometer space jump. This was also why the sonic steel beetle was known as the Zerg Strategic Transportation Device. A dilapidated universal flying ship was traveling. Inside the ship were 10 low-rank evil god followers and 2 rank 3 evil god followers. This starship was the spoils of war of the evil god believers. In the star field of chaos, it was an important source of resources for many evil god believers. Due to the special nature of the star field of chaos, the rules were changed by the gods. Teleportation portals could not be used, so one had to use a starship to enter and exit the star field of chaos. This gave the evil god believers a lot of opportunities. It was impossible for every starship to have a high-grade knight in it. Some starships could even be robbed once to get a lot of resources. Today, this group of robbers, which was considered quite strong in the star field of chaos, was looking for a new target. They did not know that bad luck was coming. What's going on? Didn't the reports say that a starship would pass by here today? Why isn't it here yet? A grade 3 evil god believer asked impatiently. It was not a coincidence that they were there. The people who colluded with the evil god believers had given them the information for profit. Once the evil god believers succeeded in robbing, they would have to deal with the rest of the resources other than the ones they could use. The people with enough information could then spend a very low price to turn the loot into legal goods. It was this kind of exchange that made the star field of chaos ungovernable. Without a teleportation portal, as long as there was a need to transport resources to or from the star field of chaos, they would have to pass through the star field of chaos. The evil god believers could not get their hands on the resources of the great world of God, the top nobles, and even the big nobles. However, they could get their hands on the resources that the smaller nobles transported back from the star field of chaos. What is that? Another grade 3 evil god believer cried out in shock. As far as their eyes could see, a giant shadow appeared in the void. It was a sonic iron beetle, and then dozens of similar shadows appeared. While the believers of the evil god were still inspecting, the swarm of sonic iron beetles gave up on the long-distance teleportation. Instead, the 50 sonic iron beetles charged towards the worn-out spaceship. The starship had been repaired many times. Due to the lack of maintenance, the starship could barely fly. It was impossible for it to be agile. The 50 sonic iron beetles charged towards the starship. The starship could not resist at all. Even the evil god believers inside were smashed to pieces by the grade 4 sonic iron beetles. During the entire process, the 3 grade 5 insectoids did not even move. An enemy like this was not worth their time. The 50 sonic steel beetles that had charged past the interstellar flying ship once again entered the long-distance teleportation and disappeared. All that was left in space was a pile of debris that had turned into tiny fragments. Chapter 928. The Guardian Planet, the Tula Star, and the Starry Sky Flying Ship Fleet. Apart from the Starry Sky Flying Ship Fleet being attacked by the 10,000 elite-level explosive spray bugs, the Tula Star was the first to make contact. The speed of the sonic iron beetles exceeded the speed of the Interstellar Federation spaceships and the space shuttle fleet of the great world of God. In terms of speed, their talent trumped their knowledge. Even though Tula Planet was the last to send out their forces, they were still the first to arrive. This showed how terrifying the speed of the sonic iron beetles was. A large number of powerful insectoids are approaching. The level 5 priest of Heaviside, who is sitting at the center of the battle space circle, was the first to notice the ripples in space. Then let's make sure they don't return, Annabella said in a loud voice, looking like she was ready to fight. The other 4 level 5 knights of the temple also took out their level 5 light longswords and prepared for battle. As soon as the enemies entered the battle space, they would immediately give them a fatal blow. The Annabelle Temple Knight didn't want to wait around, so she asked, Heaviside, where are the enemies coming from? The level 5 priest of Heaviside used his will to draw a mark in the battle space, and the Annabelle Temple Knight disappeared without hesitation and appeared at the edge of the battle space. When the Annabelle Temple Knight appeared, 50 sonic iron beetles appeared 10 kilometers away from the battle space. Since there were level 5 insectoids, the sonic iron beetles didn't rush into Tula Planet. The level 5 insectoids were more cautious and stopped far away from Tula Planet. 2 level 5 insectoids flew down from the back of the sonic iron beetles, leaving behind a level 5 insectoid guard. The purple flame beetles and black ice beetles were mutated level 5 insectoids that were good at using energy. When they noticed the Annabelle Temple Knight and sensed the energy inside her body, the level 5 insectoids quickly discussed and decided to send out 2 level 5 insectoids to take care of the knight. The senses of the 5th rank insectoids were extremely sensitive. While other 5th rank powerhouses might not be able to detect the remnant aura of the Temple Knight Annabella, the 5th rank insectoids could sense it. It was for this reason that the 5th rank insectoids treated the Temple Knights of Annabella as their biggest enemy. Out of the 3 5th rank insectoids that came, 2 5th rank insectoids were dispatched. The Annabelle Temple Knight put down her mask. Her eyes were full of fighting spirit. She loved to fight, but due to her special status, there were very few people who dared to fight her with all their strength. No matter how much the shrines tolerated the Annabelle Temple Knight, they wouldn't allow the knight to go to Tula Planet. If she went there with the energy of the god of war, it would attract the attention of the strongest insectoids. At this time, the Annabelle Temple Knight was very excited to be able to fight 2 level 5 insectoids. Come, ants, come and fight me, the Annabelle Temple Knight roared. Fortunately, she still had some sense and didn't rush out of the battle space. The purple flame beetle and the black ice beetle didn't rush close to the Annabelle Temple Knight. Instead, they stopped 2,000 meters away from the knight. The purple flame beetle opened its mouth and spat out a series of purple fireballs, flying towards the Temple Knight of Annabelle. Several hundred black ice arrows appeared in front of the black ice beetle and shot towards the Temple Knight of Annabelle. Damn, I should have backed off a bit, the Annabelle Temple Knight complained to herself. The two level 5 insectoids were 2,000 meters away from the battle space, so they didn't enter. Moreover, the two level 5 insectoids were using long-range attacks, which made the Annabelle Temple Knight feel powerless. In fact, even if the Annabelle Temple Knight had backed off 2,000 meters, the two level 5 insectoids wouldn't have entered the battle space so easily. The battle space was so obvious that the level 5 insectoids couldn't have missed it. At this time, the level 5 stone beetle behind them contacted the insectoids and reported the situation of the battle space. The insectoids in charge of information analysis would analyze the situation and determine what was going on. Without the insectoids analysis, the purple flame beetle and the black ice beetle wouldn't rashly enter an unknown territory. Especially after sensing the divine aura of the Annabelle Temple Knight, they wouldn't take the risk. The purple fireballs and black ice arrows were shot towards the Annabelle Temple Knight. These attacks weren't very fast, so it was easy for her to dodge. However, just as the Annabelle Temple Knight dodged the first few hundred black ice arrows, the ones that passed by her turned around and continued to shoot towards her. At this time, the purple fireballs had also arrived in front of the Annabelle Temple Knight and formed a pincer attack with the black ice arrows. The purple fireballs and the black ice arrows emitted powerful energy waves that were at the peak of level 5. This was normal. A level 5 insectoid was usually much stronger than a level 5 Temple Knight. If the Annabelle Temple Knight wasn't very strong and was in the battle space, she wouldn't dare to fight two level 5 insectoids head-on. Of course, if the Annabelle Temple Knight was in danger, the other 4 level 5 knights would immediately appear. Now that everyone could feel the Annabelle Temple Knight's fighting spirit, it wouldn't be good to disturb her at this time. If a Temple Knight like Annabella had used the space of war to teleport away, she would have been able to easily dodge these two attacks. However, she was just fighting level 5 insectoids. Running away without any results wasn't her style. Consecutive slashes. The Annabelle Temple Knight yelled. She didn't dodge, but crazily used the energy in her sacred rune armor. 10 huge sword lights were released from the level 5 light longsword. Of these 10 huge sword lights, 5 went forward to meet the purple fireballs, and the other 5 went back to meet the black ice arrows. Wherever the huge sword light passed, whether it was the purple fireball or the black ice arrow, everything was destroyed by the huge sword light. The Annabelle Temple Knight seemed to have the upper hand in this 1 versus 2 situation, but she knew that she had to be careful when dealing with the 2 level 5 insectoids. Although Temple Knight Annabella could release 10 huge sword lights at once, in fact, if she didn't have the unlimited energy of the war space, with her strength, it would already be pretty good if she could only release 2 such huge sword lights at once. Fighting in the war space was like using a cheating device. When the Annabelle Temple Knight thought that the purple flame beetles and black ice beetles would continue to attack, the 2 level 5 insectoids strangely stopped attacking the Annabelle Temple Knight. Heaviside, what's wrong with these insectoids? They're not as impulsive as the rumors say. Instead, they're very stable. The Annabelle Temple Knight asked Heaviside curiously. I'll report this to Bishop McKinley right away. The level 5 insectoids are clearly under the command of stronger existence. Heaviside said in a deep voice. The moment he said this, the few level 5 powerhouses that were connected to the communications circle fell silent. The meaning behind Heaviside's words was very clear. There was an existence even stronger than the level 5 insectoids participating in this battle. The level of this battle had exceeded the predicted level 5. It wasn't that the war shrines hadn't studied the insectoids before. Through their interactions with Warstar, they had a very deep understanding of the insectoids. Insectoid battles were very simple. A large number of mid- and low-level insectoids would charge forward, using their lives to make up for the difference in level. After breaking through the defenses, the stronger insectoids would join in and wreak havoc. However, the insectoids that had come this time were very cunning. They weren't as impulsive or foolish as the rumors said. Even a level 5 insectoid's movements were very methodical. It was obvious that they were organized and had a command. Only an even stronger insectoid could command a level 5 insectoid. Whether it was a legendary insectoid, a demigod, or even a divine insectoid, the level of this battle would reach an unknown level. The stone beetle also received news from the insectoids. Although the warring space was rarely set up, it wasn't a particularly big secret. Some of the insectoid inheritances had records of the warring space. The insectoids had a special ability, just like the warring space matrix. A long time ago, when some insectoids encountered the warring space matrix for the first time, they were dealt a devastating blow. However, as long as a small number of insectoids survived, their memories of the warring space matrix would be recorded in their genetic inheritance as they gave birth to the next generation. Generations of insectoids passed down their memories in this way, storing a large amount of information about the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. Under the orders of the Queen Mother, these genetic inheritances were collected and organized by the intelligent insectoids, forming a special intelligence system for the insectoids. The stone beetle had obtained the memories related to the warring space matrix, and these memories were the truest information that the insectoids had obtained at the cost of their lives. The stone beetle shared this information with the purple flame beetle and the black ice beetle, which was why the Knight of the Annabella Temple had stopped fighting when she saw the 2 level 5 insectoids. The 3 level 5 insectoids quickly communicated with each other. Level 5 insectoids were quite intelligent, and with Worcester's long existence, these highly intelligent level 5 insectoids had learned a lot of human knowledge. The stone beetle's body emitted rays of light that shot toward the 50 sonic steel beetles. Pieces of rock appeared on the tough skin of the sonic steel beetles. These rocks were very hard, and their defensive power was almost equivalent to a level 5 material. This was one of the stone beetle's innate abilities, rock armor. The 50 sonic steel beetle's defensive power was already among the best among level 4 insectoids, and with the addition of the rock armor, they could withstand the attacks of a level 5 powerhouse for a short period of time. But that wasn't the end. The black ice beetle's body shone as well, and the light enveloped the 50 sonic iron beetles. On top of the sonic iron beetle's rock armor, a layer of black ice armor appeared. This layer of black ice armor was also comparable to a level 5 material's defense. In the end, the 3 level 5 insectoids decided to attack. Since the warring space was so terrifying, they would throw all 500,000 insectoids onto the ground and have them wreak havoc on the ground. Even a level 5 Temple Knight with unlimited energy would not be able to kill all 500,000 insectoids in a short period of time. However, this was only the thought of the 3 level 5 insectoids. They still needed to report this to the insectoids and obtained the Queen Mother's approval. The stone beetle sent a message back to the insectoids, and the response was still timely. The insectoids agreed to the stone beetle's request to attack, and they would also provide a long-range attack. In the outer space of the Tula star, 50 sonic iron beetles were preparing to attack, and in the interior of the Tula star, 5 temple knights of the 5th rank were ready to meet the enemy at any time. On the ground, a large number of knights were on guard. However, the battle did not erupt immediately. Tom seemed to have stopped at this moment. Another batch of 10,000 elite-level explosive spray bugs appeared at the entrance of the space portal, and they were quickly gathering. A minute later, 10,000 elite-level explosive spray bugs launched 10 consecutive long-range energy attacks at the distant Tula planet. This was the support the insectoids gave to the advance party attacking Tula. The level 5 priest of Heaviside sensed the powerful energy wave and immediately ordered, "Activate the protection of the main city of Tula. All knights, activate your defense." However, as soon as he gave the order, the first long-range energy attack arrived. An enormous pillar of energy shot towards Tula from outer space. With the precise positioning of the stone beetle, the target of this attack was Tula's main city. The protection of the main city of Tula automatically activated when it sensed the powerful energy wave. However, because the energy beam was too fast, the protection only lasted for a second before it was destroyed. In this short period of time, the knights on the ground had long prepared for this. They used the knight battle formation to raise a bloodline power shield. There were more than 50,000 knights in the main city. When the 50 sonic steel beetles approached, the knight formation was already formed. At this moment, the bloodline power shield was equivalent to the combined defense of 50,000 knights. Of the 50,000 knights, less than half of them were level 3 Earth Knights. The rest were official knights. Although their levels were relatively low, once the number of knights reached a certain level, it would definitely cause a qualitative change. The long-range energy attack of the 10,000 elite sonic steel beetles collided with the bloodline force shield of the 50,000 knights. The white bloodline force shield only shook slightly and neutralized the long-range energy attack that had caught the level 5 temple knights off guard. Chapter 929. The 5th rank priest of Aviside let out a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, if that attack hit the main city, the space combat formation would have been destroyed. It was hard to say how many of them would have survived. After all, they weren't good at defense. The space combat formation wasn't omnipotent. Its weakness was that it couldn't provide enough defense. However, since the space combat formation was named after war, it didn't think about defense at all. It was a formation that completely replaced defense with offense. The second attack came, but it didn't have much effect this time. Since the 50,000 knights had some experience, it was easier for them to block it. The 50 sonic iron beetles had already begun their attack the moment the 10 long-range energy attacks had arrived. The sonic iron beetles didn't fly directly towards Tua planet. They made a huge arc in space, and during this process, they kept accelerating. When they finally reached Tua planet, their speed reached 80% of its normal speed. If it weren't for the double layer of level 5 defense, the sonic steel beetles would have self-destructed if they were to enter the atmosphere at such a speed. Although the body of a rank 4 insectoid was strong, it wasn't as strong as a rank 5 insectoid. It couldn't withstand the high temperature. The 50 sonic iron beetles were like 50 fireballs as they smashed toward the main city of Tua. The 5th rank temple knights of the War Temple disappeared at the same time. When they reappeared, they were on the backs of the 5 sonic steel beetles. No matter how fast the beetles were, they couldn't escape from the pursuit of the 5 rank 5 knights in the space combat formation. A temple knight of the 5th rank was the first to attack. The light sword in his hand pierced towards the back of the sonic iron beetle. The black ice made contact with the light sword, and a crisp sound was heard. The sword only managed to break a third of the ice. The expression of the knight tightened. With the speed of the beetles, they would reach the ground in a few breaths. He didn't have much time to attack. The sword only managed to break a third of the ice. Under the ice, there was a layer of rock armor. It seemed to be very strong as well. The 5th rank temple knight didn't hesitate any longer. He mobilized all the energy in his armor and attacked the sonic iron beetle with all his might. The other 3 temple knights of the 5th rank were in a similar situation. Their attacks were all blocked by the double defense of the sonic iron beetle. The double defense of the beetles was very thick. On top of that, they were both rank 5. It was very troublesome for the rank 5 knight. The temple knight Annabelle was on the back of a sonic iron beetle. When she saw the double defense of the beetle, she knew that she had to attack with all her strength. She used more energy from her rune armor than her body could handle. When the energy entered her body, she felt a tearing pain. However, she didn't hesitate at all. After going through 2 gods' descents, her body was much stronger than other rank 5 knights. The rank 5 light sword in the hands of the Annabella knight slashed down. The strong energy waves made the light sword blur and distort. Her sword left a long mark on the sonic iron beetle's back, and a second layer of rock armor could be seen. The Annabella knight used more energy than she could handle. With a second slash, the rock armor collapsed. After the third slash, the beetle disintegrated 10,000 meters in the air. Tens of thousands of rank 4 and rank 4 insects suddenly appeared and continued to descend. That was why the sonic steel beetle was so terrifying. Even if it was killed, it would release the zergs in its stomach to complete the task of transporting the zergs. The Annabella Knight didn't care about the tens of thousands of insects. Although these rank 4 and rank 4 insects could still cause some damage to Tulastar, the damage they could do when scattered was nothing compared to the sonic iron beetles that landed in the main city. As long as the beetles landed in the main city, an army of tens of thousands of insects would appear around each of them. Even the Night Formation would have a hard time dealing with such a dense army of insects. The main reason was that once the army of insects appeared, the Night Formation would lose its space. Every knight would have to fight against multiple rank 4 and rank 4 insects at the same time. This would cause a lot of losses to the Night Formation, creating a huge vacuum in the Night Formation. Annabella's Temple Knight figure disappeared once again and reappeared on the back of another sonic iron beetle. After 3 consecutive attacks, she broke through 2 of its defenses and killed it. When the Annabella Knight reappeared on the back of the 3rd sonic iron beetle, the other 4 rank 5 knights had also killed a sonic iron beetle. The sky was filled with rank 4 and rank 4 insects. The Annabella Knight knew that with her attack speed, she could only kill this sonic iron beetle at most. Her heart couldn't help but sink. With so many knights, plus 5 rank 5 knights, and the help of the Space War Circle, they still couldn't stop the invasion of the insects. How could these insects be so scary? The Annabella Knight did have a way to turn the situation around. All she had to do was activate God's Descent, and the God of War would come to Tura and use her body to destroy all the insects. However, ever since she knew that this wasn't a rank 5 battle, and that there might be even more powerful insects, the Annabella Knight knew that she couldn't use God's Descent unless she had no other choice. God's Descent wasn't a joke. Even with the Annabella Knight's constitution, she couldn't use it twice in a row. The interval between each use would be at least a month. And this was the Annabella Temple Knight's Descent. If it were a normal priest, the interval between each use of God's Descent would be a year or even a few years. The Annabella Temple Knight's Descent was a weapon of mass destruction that could change the direction of the war, so she naturally had to use it when the time was right. Heaviside asked the shrines for help. After the Temple Knight Annabella killed the sonic iron beetle, she asked the 5th rank priest of Heaviside for help. The shrines are organizing the 2nd line of defense. I'm afraid it'll be hard for Tura to send any more reinforcements. The priest replied helplessly. While Heaviside was speaking, the rest of the sonic iron beetles had already landed on the ground, creating huge craters in the ground. After that, tens of thousands of rank 3 and rank 4 insects appeared in each crater, and Tura City was thrown into chaos. The Annabella Temple Knight's body kept flashing. She could only ensure the stability of the Space War Circle. Any insect that got close to the circle was her target. The other 4 rank 5 knights also knew what was most important. Just like the Annabella Temple Knight, they tried their best to keep the Space War Circle intact. The Annabella Temple Knight's body flashed and appeared in front of the Heaviside priest, killing a rank 4 insect that was charging at her. Is there anyone else who can help? The Annabella Temple Knight took this opportunity to ask again. Lord Arthur didn't participate in the Supreme Council's recruitment. He should be free. The Heaviside priest also knew that the situation was very dangerous, so he quickly thought for a moment before replying. The Annabella Temple Knight's spirit moved slightly, and the communication circle in her armor sent a request to Lord Arthur. The Annabella Temple Knight continued to kill the insects while waiting for Lord Arthur's response. David's energy doppelganger detected a contact request from Temple Knight Annabella. Temple Knight Annabella was one of the few friends who could directly contact him. Annabella Temple Knight, how come you're free to contact me? David asked with a smile through his energy clone. Lord Arthur, Tulastar's main city. Come and help. The Annabella Temple Knight said one sentence and cut off the connection. David was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that something was wrong. With the pride of the Annabella Temple Knight, it seemed like it was very troublesome for her to ask for his help. The Annabella Temple Knight had helped him before, and the Annabella Temple Knight's friendship with President Gould made it impossible for him to reject the Annabella Temple Knight's request. David's main body had just finished its training, and he brought the remaining 8 rank 5 Temple Knights. This time, the Annabella Temple Knights' request for help was obviously a battle organized by the Shrines of War. David didn't dare to reveal too much of his talent in such a battle, so bringing these rank 5 Temple Knights was just the right thing to do. There were many different opinions about the origin of these rank 5 Temple Knights by David's side. Some said that they were the Black Dragon bloodline that had been lost by the Morse family many years ago, and some said that they were the hidden forces behind Lord Arthur, and so on. However, no one believed that these rank 5 Temple Knights had anything to do with the dead rank 5 Temple Knight. Other things could be lied about, but the Black Dragon bloodline couldn't be lied about. There was a clear rule in the great world of God, and that was the immutability of bloodlines. For example, Lord Arthur's transformation from the Shadow Leopard bloodline to the Black Dragon bloodline was very rare in the entire history of the great world of God. It was already very rare for Lord Arthur to appear, and it was impossible for the rest of the rank 5 Temple Knights to appear at the same time. David received information from the Supreme Council and Butler Dickens every day and was very clear about the discussions in the outside world. It was because of this that he had the confidence to expose all of the remaining 8 rank 5 Temple Knights. He didn't care about the discussions of others. With his current status, as long as he didn't explicitly betray the great world of God and didn't explicitly commit blasphemy against the gods, no one could do anything to him. David had really established himself in the great world of God. He had a close relationship with the Shrines of Earth, Justice, and War Shrines. As a member of the Supreme Council, he had a close relationship with Chairman Gould and, at the same time, had a good friendship with many rank 5 Temple Knights. The most important thing was his strength. He was a 5th rank Temple Knight, and his soul was at the legendary rank. His overall strength exceeded that of the 5th rank, and he also had the Dark Dragon Alexis, who had a master-servant contract with him. His safety was guaranteed. 30 seconds after the Annabella Temple Knight sent a message for help, David appeared in front of the planet-level portal with 8 rank 5 Temple Knights, with the Black Dragon Alexis on his shoulder. "I'm here." David sent a message to the Annabella Temple Knight and walked into the planet-level portal with the 8 rank 5 Temple Knights. The most heavily guarded place on Tula was the planet-level portal, which was an important facility that couldn't be lost. Once the battle was lost, the planet-level portal had to be destroyed immediately. If the Zergs obtained the planet-level portal, they would be able to obtain the exact coordinates of the various planets in the great world of God through the information in the planet-level portal. The Zergs could even forcibly activate the planet-level portal. The special ability of the Zergs could almost ignore many rules. When David was still protected by the space energy, he saw the situation in the main city of Tula. The shadow attendant's figure was constantly flashing, absorbing the soul energy floating around. In order to protect the planet-level portal, the corpses of the knight and the Zerg were piled up on the ground in front of the planet-level portal. A large number of buildings in the main city of Tula had collapsed. Fortunately, the residents had already evacuated. The only ones left were the knight. David controlled the shadow attendant, and the shadow attendant rose into the air, allowing him to see the situation in the main city of Tula more clearly. There were more than 40 huge craters scattered all over the main city. The number of Zergs had reached a shocking number. The battle formation of the knight had already been divided into small groups. The defensive line of the knight was in danger, and this was without the presence of any rank 5 Zergs. "Lord Arthur, do not resist. I will mark you." The voice of the rank 5 priest of Heaviside sounded. The rank 5 priest of Heaviside was extremely surprised. He thought that Lord Arthur had come alone to help. Who would have thought that Lord Arthur would come with 8 rank 5 Temple Knight and bring reinforcements to the war shrines? In the space of war, apart from the life forms recognized by the space, all other life forms would be suppressed by the space. This was why the main city of Tula had not completely collapsed in a short period of time, despite having 450,000 rank 3 and rank 4 Zergs. The rank 3 and rank 4 Zergs were partially suppressed, so they could not use their full strength. The reason David did not feel this was because he was still protected by the space energy for 2 seconds. As the 2 seconds passed, he also felt the suppression from all around. However, although the suppression was strong, it did not affect him. At this time, Heaviside's level 5 priest divine spell appeared on David's body. David didn't resist and allowed Heaviside to imprint a mark on his body. It was not just David. The 8 rank 5 Temple Knights that David had brought were all marked. The suppression on David and the 8 rank 5 Temple Knights immediately disappeared. Chapter 9:30. Lord Arthur, you're a true friend. Let's have a drink sometime, the Annabella Temple Knight said with a laugh. Of course, but let's take care of these little bugs first. David replied with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the 8 level 5 Temple Knights spread out. 8 energy clones emerged from the bodies of the 8 level 5 Temple Knights. The 16 level 5 powerhouses spread out and began to slaughter the bugs. David also sent out his energy clones. He didn't want to save the blood power in them. After finding a way to replenish his blood power, his energy clones could be used at will. As a matter of fact, David also needed an energy clone to verify that he was a Temple Knight of the 5th rank. Otherwise, with his main body unable to use the power of his bloodline, there was a great chance that he would arouse the suspicions of others. Of course, David didn't need to use his blood power at all. Not to mention that these level 3 and 4 bugs were suppressed by the space war. Even if their strength wasn't suppressed, he could easily kill them with a swing of his sword. The Annabella Temple Knight fought while sensing the situation on Lord Arthur's side. Lord Arthur's combat power made her eyes light up. Lord Arthur's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of a knight. Every swing of his sword was a sure kill. Lord Arthur's body moved very quickly, and the level 5 light longsword in his hand was even faster. He kept swinging his sword at a rate of 5 swings per second. At this rate, he was still able to maintain the accuracy of 1 swing of his sword. One had to know that this was a battle against the bugs. Even the Annabella Temple Knight couldn't do this. The Annabella Temple Knight also sensed that 3 level 5 bugs had entered the atmosphere and would soon join the battle. She made a decision in her heart and flashed to David's side. The Annabella Temple Knight took out a backup sacred rune armor and threw it to David. Lord Arthur, change into this set of armor. Annabelle was a knight of the Holy Temple, and she didn't need to discuss her decision with anyone else. Her special position gave her the right to make such a decision. On the contrary, Heaviside's rank 5 priest and several other rank 5 powerhouses supported Annabella's decision. Regarding the legend of Lord Arthur, even the level 5 champions of the Shrines of War had heard of it. Only today did they realize that the rumors were true. Letting such a powerful existence, where the runic armor would be of great help to them. David took the runic armor and put it on without hesitation. No matter what armor he wore, he would have the divine weapon Dark Shadow inside. It would be enough to protect his defense. Moreover, the rune armor was of a very high level, even higher than his own black armor. After David put on the divine rune armor, some information was transmitted to him from the divine rune armor. After receiving the information, he understood the use of the armor. This made him overjoyed. At least the fact that he couldn't use his bloodline power would not be exposed. He couldn't always transform some of the rank 5 Black Dragon's bloodline power into his heart's sea space every time he attacked. That kind of battle would not be efficient. Converting the power of a rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline into his sea of consciousness could only be used as a trick. It couldn't be used in a real battle. With the divine rune armor on his body, all the secrets of the armor were exposed to his mind. If it were any other rank 5 knight of the Holy Temple, the secrets of the armor wouldn't be of much use. After all, not many people could recognize the runes. But David was different. 20% of the rune knowledge allowed him to recognize the runes. At least this allowed him to understand the principles of the armor. In addition, he was a Grandmaster Alchemist and a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Although it was difficult to replicate the runes, he could at least make a knight's armor that was similar to the rune armor after a period of research. Of course, even if David were to make a knight's armor similar to the rune armor, without the help of the war space circle, the knight's armor would be of little use. The problem was that David could sense everything in the war space, including the 101 formation plates of the war space circle. David summoned the silver pterosaur. Since the silver pterosaur's bloodline had increased, it had lost the characteristics of a shadow pterosaur. This allowed him to summon it in front of the shrines. He jumped on the back of the silver pterosaur, and the pterosaur entered stealth mode. The reason why David did this was so that he could unleash his attacks without worry. His attacks in the invisible state could hide many of his attacks. Alexis, can you study this magic circle? David shared everything about the war space circle with Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. With his own ability, the war space circle's principles were too complicated, and there were a lot of things he couldn't understand. Lord Arthur, I need some time. Black Dragon Alexis replied through the master-servant contract. David didn't pay any more attention to Alexis. Instead, he focused a portion of his attention on the space war array while he locked onto the stone beetle in the sky. This was one of the 3 level 5 insectoids, and it was the strongest one. Annabella Temple Knight, leave this level 5 insectoid to me, David said aloud. Annabella Temple Knight knew about David's background, so she warned, Lord Arthur, be careful. There's a big difference between a level 5 insectoid and a human's fighting style. In the records of the war shrines, Lord Arthur had only been to the Battlestar once, and it was just passing by. Although he had fought a level 5 insectoid energy clone, he really couldn't say that he had any experience with the insectoids. Annabella Temple Knight and a level 5 knight focused on the purple flame beetle, while the other 3 level 5 knights focused on the black ice beetle. Anyway, with the 8 level 5 knights that Lord Arthur brought along, as long as there were no level 5 insectoids on the battlefield, it was only a matter of time before they cleared out the level 3 and 4 insectoids. David activated the teleportation ability of the rune armor and appeared next to the stone beetle. Since he was in stealth mode and was proficient in hiding his presence, the stone beetle didn't notice his approach. David tried to transfer energy from the rune armor. He didn't know how much energy a level 5 knight could transfer, but the amount he transferred easily surpassed the amount that the Annabella Temple Knight could transfer. David deliberately controlled the amount of energy that could be transferred. The rune armor distributed the energy according to actual combat power. His actual combat power was at the legendary rank, so the amount of energy he could transfer was naturally terrifying. Then, David activated his innate ability, Laceration, which could greatly increase the effectiveness of his attacks. He controlled the silver pterosaur to deactivate its stealth mode, and at the same time, the level 5 light longsword in his hand carried a terrifying amount of energy. Coupled with the strength of a level 5 peak knight, he slashed down heavily. In fact, even if David didn't use the rune armor's energy, his attack would still be unbearable for a level 5 knight. The descending stone beetle didn't expect an enemy to be hiding next to it. It only revealed itself after all the preparations it had made. By the time it noticed David, it had already lost the opportunity to dodge. Of course, with David's speed, it would be hard for the stone beetle to dodge, even if it was prepared. The level 5 light longsword slashed down on the stone beetle's back. If it could pierce through here, it would be able to hit the stone beetle's heart directly. Why didn't David choose the other parts of the stone beetle? He had no choice. The stone beetle's stone armor covered its entire body. There are no blind spots, so attacking anywhere would be the same. David chose its back, which was the easiest place to attack. The level 5 light longsword slashed down on the stone armor, and the stone armor only lasted for a breath before it was broken. The level 5 light longsword cut deeply into the stone armor, and the defense of the stone armor disappeared. However, at this time, David's attack had already lost half of its power. At this moment, a wave of power shot out from the level 5 light longsword and blocked in front of the light longsword. The hard shell, flesh, and bones of the stone beetle were instantly pierced through, and a deep fatal wound was left on the stone beetle's heart. Almost all level 5 life forms had two fatal points. One was the brain, where the soul was, and the other was the heart, where the power was. David's heavy strike instantly killed this stone beetle, which greatly surprised the other temple knights of the 5th rank who were attacking the purple flame beetles and the black ice beetles. It must be known that the 5 level 5 knight temple knights, including the Annabella temple knight, were now in a difficult battle. The power of a level 5 insectoid was perfectly displayed in close combat. The Annabella temple knight could only barely suppress the purple flame beetle in a 2 versus 1 situation. Every time the purple flame beetle exploded, the terrifying purple flames forced them to dodge, and they lost the best opportunity to attack again and again. David's heavy slash ended the battle. Aside from his true strength, it was also sudden. He went into a battle position, prepared himself, and then attacked unexpectedly. After this attack, he also discovered something special. With the support of his legendary soul, the effect of his innate ability ripping had obviously increased a lot. Because of this, David was able to activate the ripping talent ability during his attack, and the ripping effect directly broke the stone beetle's shell, flesh, and bones, and hit the stone beetle's heart. Otherwise, if David wanted to achieve the same result, he would have to attack a second time. Shadow pounced on the stone beetle and absorbed its soul energy, while David waved his hand and put away the stone beetle's body. David paid attention to the other 2 battles in the sky through his sacred rune armor. He didn't rush over to help. This was related to the dignity of a knight. If he went over and finished the battle quickly, not only would he not win the favor of the Knight Temple, but it would also cause trouble. As long as a level 5 knight could defeat a level 5 insectoid, David, a non-War Shrines temple knight, went over to help, and the War Shrines would lose a lot of face. David also understood this point. He disappeared from the sky on his silver pterosaur and appeared on the ground to help clean up the insectoids on the ground. His energy doppelganger killed a lot of level 3 and 4 insectoids. Even when he was fighting in the sky, the energy doppelganger didn't stop. This was related to the strength of the energy doppelganger. The energy doppelganger's strength alone was comparable to a level 5 temple knight. David could control the energy doppelganger by letting his soul doppelganger control it. He didn't need to do it himself. After about 20 minutes, David kept flashing in and out of the battlefield, killing level 4 insectoids that were relatively stronger. In the process, the shadow attendant kept absorbing a lot of soul energy. Although this amount of soul energy was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for him, it was better than nothing. David was more interested in the special innate abilities of the insectoids. He might be able to get some useful special innate abilities from them. Of course, at his level, the truly useful special innate abilities would most likely appear on a level 5 insectoid. The other insectoids' special innate abilities were too low level, so they couldn't help him much. Suddenly, David sensed that the battle on the side of the Annabella Temple Knight was about to end. He smiled and activated the innate ability of the silver pterosaur. He used the sacred rune armor to teleport to the side of the Annabella Temple Knight. Without making a sound, he appeared on the battlefield of the Annabella Temple Knight. Of course, David wasn't here to steal the kill. He just wanted the soul energy of the purple flame beetle. As for the corpse, he wasn't going to steal it. The Temple Knight Annabella shouted again and again, and her light sword of the 5th rank shot out one after another, scattering the purple flames of the purple flame beetle. After such a long battle, the purple flame beetle's explosive period was over. Its purple flames had obviously decreased. This was the weakness of insectoids that used energy attacks. It was normal. After all, the purple flame beetle was facing a powerful knight like the Annabella Temple Knight, who was also a Shrines of War. And with the help of the Space of War, Temple Knight Annabelle and the other Temple Knight were able to resist the eruption of the purple flame beetle. In other battlefields, the purple flame beetle would have been able to fight against Temple Knight Annabelle and the others for a long time, and it wouldn't have needed to erupt like this. The Annabella Temple Knight wasn't in a good mood. She teamed up with the other shrines of War Knight, but they still couldn't finish off the purple flame beetle. On the other hand, Lord Arthur chose the strongest level 5 insectoid and ended the battle with one heavy strike. The difference between them made her feel very disappointed. Chapter 9, 31. The level 5 light longsword in the hands of the Knight of the War shrines carried the energy from the rune armor. As the purple flames of the purple flame beetle dissipated, it split open the beetle's shell. The purple flame beetle was a level 5 insectoid. Although it was good at fire energy attacks, its body still had the powerful defense of a level 5 insectoid. The strike of the Knight of the War shrines only split open the beetle's shell. The light longsword made a deep cut in the beetle's muscles. This was the most he could do. The reason a level 5 insectoid was stronger than a level 5 Knight of the Temple was because of their naturally strong constitution. No matter how powerful a human Temple Knight of the 5th rank was, he still needed the protection of a knight's armor. Otherwise, with the defense of a human Temple Knight of the 5th rank, a single blow from a powerhouse of the same rank would be fatal. After the Temple Knight of the War temple slashed out, his figure disappeared from the spot. He had used the teleportation ability of the war space to disappear. The moment he disappeared, one of the purple flame beetle's legs swept past the afterimage he left behind. The Annabella Temple Knight of the Annabella Temple disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already at the beetle's wound. The level 5 light, long sword in her hand, carried a terrifying amount of energy as it pierced forward. The purple flame beetle sensed the appearance of the Annabella Temple Knight of the Annabella Temple. Just as it was about to turn around and attack, its body suddenly stopped. The Annabella Temple Knight's sword had pierced through its heart. David didn't move. He was still invisible. The shadow attendant flew next to the purple flame beetle and absorbed its soul. When David sensed that the shadow attendant had successfully absorbed the soul of the purple flame beetle, he activated his rune armor and used the teleportation ability of the war space to disappear. When he reappeared, he was not far from another black ice beetle. The Annabella Temple Knight put away the corpse of the purple flame beetle. Although she had successfully killed the purple flame beetle and obtained a great victory, she did not relax. "Let's go and help them finish the battle quickly," Annabella Temple Knight said in a deep voice. The Annabella Temple Knight and the War Knight were teleported to another battlefield, while the 3 War Shrines Knight were locked in battle with the Black Ice Beetle. If the 3 Knight of the War Shrines did not have the buff of the War Space, they would have lost the battle against the Black Ice Beetles. The only reason he was able to hold on until now was because he was constantly teleporting to avoid the attacks of the Black Ice Beetles. The Black Ice Beetle's body was surrounded by a large amount of black ice fog. Once a Temple Knight entered the range of the black ice fog, they would be slowed down. The way the Black Ice Beetle attacked was very simple. Once a Temple Knight was slowed down, many black ice arrows would be shot at him. At such a close distance, if one did not use the teleportation ability of the Sacred Rune Armor, it would be very difficult to dodge due to the slowing effect. Because of the black ice fog, the 3 War Shrines Knight could not stay for too long whenever he teleported close to the Black Ice Beetle. He would have to teleport away in a breath or two. Instead of saying that the 3 War Shrines Knight were fighting the Black Ice Beetle, it was more appropriate to say that they were harassing it. Formation. The Annabella Temple Knight had already understood the situation before she teleported over. She spoke in a deep voice as soon as she appeared. The 4 War Knights appeared behind the Annabella Temple Knight and formed a battle formation to attack the knight. The War Shrines Knight only had 5 knights, so it only took a breath's time to form the battle formation. When the Black Ice Beetle attacked them, the 5 knights had already become a single entity. The strength of a knight was truly displayed at this time. As long as they formed the battle formation, each additional knight would increase the power of the battle formation by far beyond the strength of a single knight. Not to mention the 5 Temple Knights who did not need to worry about energy consumption and had the ability to teleport. The Temple Knight Annabella controlled the Knight's battle formation. The Knight's battle formation disappeared when the black ice arrows arrived, and then reappeared behind the black ice beetle. An energy sword light that was several times stronger than Temple Knight Annabella's attack was shot out from the light longsword. This attack contained all the energy that the 5 Temple Knights could muster. A black ice wall appeared in front of the black ice beetle. The Annabella Temple Knight's sword slashed at the black ice wall. The ice wall was unable to block the sword and shattered into pieces. The black ice beetle's performance was even more valiant. It forcibly used the black ice armor on its body to block the rest of the sword and rushed towards the Knight formation. It wanted to trap the Knight formation in its black ice fog. However, when the black ice beetle rushed through the broken ice wall, it did not see any enemies. Behind the black ice beetle, the Annabella Temple Knight appeared again with the Knight formation. Another sword light hit the same spot where the black ice beetle's black ice armor had blocked the sword light. Obviously, the black ice beetle hadn't expected this kind of fighting style. Although the Temple Knights had been using teleportation since the beginning of the battle, it hadn't expected that the 5 Temple Knights would cooperate so well, even teleporting at the same time. It must be known that if there was a difference of 1,000th of a second in teleportation, the Knight formation would instantly collapse and the energy gathered by the Knight formation would explode. The god of war, who designed the battle space, of course, thought of this. The battle space was designed to make it easier for the Knights to fight. Once the Knights formed the Knight formation, the core Knight controlling the Knight formation could issue a unified teleportation command and control all the sacred rune armor in the formation. The Annabella Temple Knight's attack penetrated deep into the black ice beetle's body and severely injured it. The black ice beetle let out a shrill cry. As it cried out, the black ice armor on its body exploded, turning into countless tiny black ice arrows that indiscriminately covered the entire area around its body. The Annabella Temple Knight teleported ahead of time and disappeared with the Knight formation. This was a kind of battle instinct. Her battle talent was extremely strong, and this was one of the reasons why the god of war had chosen her so many times to descend. After sensing the danger, the Annabella Temple Knight left with the Knight formation, thus causing the black ice beetle's life-saving attack to miss. David was actually within the range of the attack, but the Silver Pterosaur's invisibility talent was very special. He and the Silver Pterosaur were in a different dimension, so the black ice beetle's attack was ignored by him. The black ice beetle didn't want to rely on this attack to win the battle. It didn't even want to continue fighting. The level 5 insectoids weren't like the normal insectoids. They didn't care about life and death. Once the insectoid gave the order to fight, they could fight until they died. The level 5 insectoids were very independent. When they thought it was necessary, they could withdraw from the battle at any time. This was when the black ice beetle needed to withdraw from the battle. Through the insectoid's senses, it sensed the death of 2 of its companions. The mysterious death of the stone beetle could have been an accident, but after the death of the purple flame beetle, there was only the black ice beetle left, a level 5 insectoid. Under the siege of the 5 Temple Knight, the black ice beetle chose to escape. The lives of 500,000 insectoids were nothing. As long as it had time and energy, it wouldn't be a big deal to replenish it. As long as it could survive, it could afford to lose anything. Of course, the Temple Knight Annabelle wouldn't let the black ice beetle escape. If it wasn't for the battle space, she wouldn't have been able to do anything to the black ice beetle. But this was the battle space. Without the protection of the black ice armor, the black ice beetle's fate was obvious. Annabella's Temple Knight only needed 1 round of attacks to kill the black ice beetle. The black ice beetle's body had too many openings when it tried to escape. The shadow attendant flew over and absorbed the soul of the black ice beetle. David then used his teleportation ability to flash across the battlefield, letting the shadow attendant absorb as much soul energy as possible. The outcome of the battle had been decided, but there were too many insectoids. It would take some time to clean up the battlefield, especially the 50,000 insectoids that were scattered in the air. Some knights began to clean up the battlefield. A group of knights clearly didn't have much combat experience. They thought that there was no danger after the battle, so they didn't know that their formation was messed up. When the 6 Earth Knights walked past a level 4 insectoid that had fallen to the ground, the level 4 insectoid suddenly jumped up and swept its level 4 sharp claws at the 6 Earth Knights. The 6 Earth Knights were shocked. They were only level 3 Earth Knights. With the Knight formation, they might be able to hold on for a while, but without the formation, they couldn't fight a level 4 insectoid at all. At that moment, a figure riding a white flying mount appeared from thin air. A light longsword with a faint golden glow swept across the level 4 insectoid's head. The level 4 insectoid didn't know who killed it until it died. Its eyes were still in a state of confusion. David didn't lecture the 6 Earth Knights. After this experience, he believed that the 6 Knights wouldn't let their guard down. "Lord Arthur, please come here." The voice of the Annabella Temple Knight came from the communication circle of the rune armor. David sensed the location of the Annabella Temple Knight. She was right next to the level 5 priest of Heaviside. The other 4 shrines of War Knights were also there. David activated the teleportation ability of the rune armor and appeared next to the level 5 priest of Heaviside. "Lord Arthur, thank you so much for your help this time. If you need anything in the future, just say the word." The Annabella Temple Knight said to David with a smile, "You've always taken care of me. Now that I have some strength, I'll come when you need me." David replied with a smile. The Annabella Temple Knight was very happy. She had asked Lord Arthur to help her this time because she owed him a personal favor. This mission was led by the Annabella Temple Knight. If they failed or lost too much, it wouldn't affect her position in the shrines, but it would still make her lose face. For the Annabella Temple Knight, her status was already at the top. The most important thing now was face. The Annabella Temple Knight knew very well that if it wasn't for David and the other 8 knights, the consequences would have been very serious. The Annabella Temple Knight threw a portal ring over and said casually, "All right, I won't say any more. Here are the corpses of 2 level 5 insectoids. They're your spoils of war. Don't think it's too little." David took the portal ring. Inside were the corpses of the purple flame beetles and the black ice beetles. David looked at the level 5 powerhouses and then at the Annabella Temple Knight. That's not very appropriate. According to the rules, I only need to take the corpses of the level 5 insectoids that I killed. The Annabella Temple Knight didn't hold back and said directly, "What's not appropriate? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone kill the level 5 insectoids." A War Shrine's Knight on the side said with a bitter smile, "Take it. Otherwise, you'll owe him a big favor." His words were the same as the other level 5 powerhouses. With Lord Arthur's help, they had successfully completed the mission of protecting Tula. To the Annabella Temple Knight, this mission was just a quick battle. However, to the War Shrine's Knights, it was an important mission to raise their status. Just as the War Shrine's Knight had said, if Lord Arthur didn't take the level 5 insectoid corpses, what else could they give in return for this favor? Everyone knew Lord Arthur's role in this war, let alone the fact that Lord Arthur was invited by the Annabella Temple Knight. Just by sending out 8 level 5 Temple Knights, it could be seen that Lord Arthur was doing his best to help. Before this, no one in the great world of God knew that Lord Arthur had 8 level 5 Temple Knights by his side. However, in order to ask for their help, Lord Arthur didn't care about his own secrets and brought all 8 level 5 Temple Knights. If the level 5 Shrines of War didn't immediately return the favor, they probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the circle of level 5 powerhouses after this. David didn't know that his actions of bringing 8 level 5 Temple Knights to help had caused the level 5 Shrines of War to misunderstand. He didn't bring people to help regardless of the consequences. He didn't want to use this opportunity to verify the identities of the 8 level 5 Temple Knights. Just like now, after fighting with the level 5 Shrines of War, with the endorsement of the Shrines of War, who would still make irresponsible remarks about the identities of the 8 level 5 Temple Knights. Chapter 9:32. Night of the Annabella Temple. I've read some information back in the Interstellar Federation. After the invasion of the insectoids, there should be a large number of insectoid eggs left in the ground. This planet will be in trouble in the future, David said as he took the ring and pointed around. The situation in Tula City was still all right. Most of the ground was made of stone, and the hundreds of thousands of insectoids were all fighting. There were probably very few that actually hid underground. However, the 50,000 insectoids that were scattered across the vast area were a huge problem. David was talking about the situation in the Interstellar Federation's war zone. The Interstellar Federation used advanced technology, but they still couldn't find the insectoid eggs underground. Furthermore, the insectoid eggs on a planet with life would continue to reproduce. In the end, all the energy of the planet would be consumed, and the planet would become barren. My Lord has already designated the insectoids as blasphemers. They can be found by using holy spells. Heaviside said with a smile. David paused for a moment. He quickly understood what Heaviside was talking about from his vast knowledge base. The great world of God was ruled by 5 gods, and these 5 gods were recognized by the laws of the world. In the great world of God, as long as one was designated as a blasphemer, they would be automatically recognized as an enemy by holy spells. Just like all believers of evil gods were those who didn't believe in any of the 5 gods. Not all evil gods were evil gods. However, the great world of God was ruled by the 5 gods. In the great world of God, as long as one didn't believe in any of the 5 gods, they would be targeted by holy spells like holy spells. When the god of war designated the insectoids as blasphemers, holy spells like holy spells would naturally find the hidden insectoids. Can the insectoids hidden underground be found? David still had some doubts. A level 4 priest can use holy spells to find the target underground. Heaviside explained with a smile. David nodded. He didn't doubt Heaviside's words. He couldn't understand the mysteries of holy spells. David's rune armor appeared in his hand. He was about to give it back to the Knight of the Annabella Temple. If you have time, keep it. I might need your help here. The Knight of the Annabella Temple did not accept the rune armor. She had already begged David, so there was no way she would let David leave so quickly. This was only the first wave of insectoid attacks. Tula Planet was the first line of defense, and it was hard to say how many more insectoid attacks it would be launched. Shrines of the War were, and they probably didn't think it would be easy to defend Tula Planet. However, as long as the Knight of the Annabella Temple could defend Tula Planet, she would have made a great contribution. To defend Tula Planet, the most important thing was still Lord Arthur. The 8 level 5 Knight of the Annabella Temple were one thing, but Lord Arthur's strength was the most important thing. The Knight of the Annabella Temple had a new understanding of Lord Arthur's strength when she thought about how the stone beetle was killed in an instant. All right, I'll be called back if I go back. I might as well stay here, David said as he put away the rune armor. His words made all the level 5 experts laugh out loud. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely relaxed. Through his words, he had closed the distance between himself and the level 5 experts. Lord Arthur, please take a rest. The Knight of the Annabella Temple looked at the time. It was time to eat. Everyone, it's time. Let's eat together. David also noticed that it was time to eat and invited them with a smile. All right, I'll set up the tents. The Knight of the Annabella Temple's eyes lit up as she quickly agreed. Lord Arthur invited them to eat together. Anyone in the great world of God who understood Lord Arthur would probably not refuse. Lord Arthur, I won't be polite either. The level 5 priest of Heaviside replied. These two had tasted Lord Arthur's dishes before, so they agreed quickly. Only the other 4 shrines of the War Knight of the Annabella Temple were a little hesitant, but they didn't refuse. David's mind moved, and the 8 level 5 Knight of the Annabella Temple who were scattered on the battlefield recalled their energy avatars and began to replenish their energy. At the same time, the 8 level 5 Knight of the Annabella Temple also rose into the air and gathered around David. The Knight of the Annabella Temple had already assembled the tents. These alchemy tents had a built-in space array, and when assembled, it would become a giant tent. David led the 8-level 5 knight of the Annabella Temple into the tent. The food had already been prepared. During his training, his energy avatars would cook a lot of food every day to make it more convenient to eat. At this time, as long as he took out the food from the space pendant, the food would be taken out in a static space, and the taste wouldn't change at all. If it were the Interstellar Federation, there might be people who would jump out and call for equality. However, in the great world of God, it was normal for the strong to enjoy the best of everything. Of course, after the Shrines of the War learned about the situation on Tula, follow-up support also came. The planet-level portal was at full power, and a large amount of resources were sent over. The injured retreated, and the battlefield was cleaned up. The 5 shrines of the Annabella Temple had priests come and cooperated with the Knight of the Holy Light to clean up the hidden insectoids. The work of cleaning up the insectoids was very complicated and couldn't be completed in a short time. Even if they won the war, it would take at least 10 years to slowly clean up the insectoids. This was still considered good. At least the Holy Light could find the insectoids. In the Interstellar Federation, unless the planet was destroyed, it was almost impossible to find all the insectoids underground. This work didn't need the level 5 experts to worry about. Naturally, professionals would take care of it. David introduced the 8 level 5 shrines of the Annabella Temple to the Knight of the Annabella Temple and the other level 5 experts of the Night of the War. The 8 level 5 Knight of the Annabella Temple were very stiff. After the introduction, they didn't say anything else. This was also his intention. These were all his clones, and he didn't want to arrange all kinds of personas for these Temple Knights of the 5th rank. That would be too tiring. Fortunately, the Knight of the Annabella Temple understood. If these level 5 Knights of the Annabella Temple didn't have such stiff personalities, they wouldn't have been able to hide their strength for so many years. While the host and the guest were enjoying themselves, David sensed an urgent message from his Lord-level communication array. He sensed that it was a message from Dexter and Nelson, a 5th-rank Temple Knight. David greeted Annabella, the Temple Knight, and the other level 5 powerhouses. He walked out of the tent to a quiet place and activated the spiritual connection circle to connect the 3 parties. Lord Arthur, I'm very sorry to contact you at this time. Dexter, and I need your help. Nelson said to David as soon as the connection was established. David naturally knew these 2 knights of the Annabella Temple. They stayed on the Guardian Planet all year round. He had passed by the Guardian Planet several times and met the Knight of the Annabella Temple and the Knight of the Annabella Temple and Nelson. The atmosphere between them was very good. What's going on? David asked in surprise. When he heard the words of the Knight of the Annabella Temple, his first thought was that something had happened on the Guardian Planet. The Guardian Planet was the first barrier between the great world of God and the War Star. It was impossible to use a teleportation gate from the Guardian Planet to Tula. This made guarding the Guardian Planet an extremely lonely mission. On other planets, one could use a teleportation gate to leave for a short period of time, but on the Guardian Planet, one could only guard the Guardian Planet. David had also sent invitations to the Knight of the Annabella Temple and the Knight of the Annabella Temple, but they both told David that they could not go due to their heavy duty. 2 rank 5 insectoids are leading countless insectoids to surround the Guardian Planet. We've already retreated into the underground passage. I don't know how much longer we can hold on. Narson replied. The current Knight of the Annabella Temple and the Knight of the Annabella Temple were in a very sorry state. They were not weak, or else they would not have come to the Guardian Planet to carry out this mission. However, the 2 of them might be able to put up a fight against a single rank 5 insectoid, but they would not be able to deal with 2 rank 5s at the same time. Not to mention, there were countless insectoids surrounding the Guardian Planet. Without a teleportation gate, it would be very difficult for the 2 of them to break through the encirclement. The Annabella Knight of the Annabella Temple and the Knight of the Annabella Temple did not expect the insectoids to be so persistent in hunting them down. They even chased their energy clones across half of the chaotic astral field. First, the rank 5 insectoids arrived at the Guardian planet and fought with the two Knight of the Annabella Temple. The two Knight of the Annabella Temple used the various formations of the Guardian planet to deal with the two rank 5 insectoids for a while. Then, more insectoids arrived, and there was still an endless stream of them. For the sake of survival, the two Knight of the Annabella Temple had no choice but to enter the fortifications of the Guardian planet and rely on various formations to hide themselves. There were not many humans on the Guardian planet. Only a small number of merchants came here to transfer their goods. When the insectoids arrived, some of them were killed, while others were sent to secret chambers. During the emergency, the Knight of the Annabella Temple and the Knight of the Annabella Temple sent a distress signal to Chairman Gould. At the same time, they also continuously sent messages to their friends for help. However, due to the war order of the Supreme Council, a large number of Knights of the Annabella Temple were summoned. Even if they were free, they would not dare to enter the chaotic astral field at such a time. Of course, the most important thing was that even if they set off immediately after receiving the distress signal, it would be difficult for them to reach the Guardian planet before the two Knight of the Annabella Temple were killed. Faced with two rank 5 insectoids and a large number of insectoids, they would not dare to agree to go unless they were strong enough. After contacting many of their friends to no avail, the Knight of the Annabella Temple and the Knight of the Annabella Temple received the suggestion of Chairman Gould. Now, only Lord Arthur had the time and ability to do so. However, Chairman Gould did not contact him personally. He knew very well that if he contacted Lord Arthur personally, Lord Arthur would definitely go. However, Chairman Gould did not want him to affect Lord Arthur's judgment in such a dangerous matter, so he let the two rank 5 Knights of the Annabella Temple contact each other. The Knight of the Annabella Temple and the Knight of the Annabella Temple also wanted to give a try. After all, they had only met Lord Arthur once. Although they had a pleasant conversation, their friendship was really shallow. "Hold on, I'll set off immediately," David replied in a deep voice. David knew that if the two rank 5 Knights of the Annabella Temple had a way, they would never contact him. He also had the ability to go and help, so naturally he would not refuse. He put away the Lord-level communication portal and turned back to the tent. "Annabella Temple Knight, I need to go to the Guardian planet. I'll be back in 2 days at most. I'll let the 8 of them stay behind to help you," David said to the Knight of the Annabella Temple apologetically. He had promised the Knight of the Annabella Temple to stay behind. Leaving now would be breaking his promise. "Lord Arthur, did something happen on the Guardian planet? If you need them, bring them with you." The Knight of the Annabella Temple did not blame David. Instead, she advised him, "No need. There are only 2 rank 5 insectoids. There are 2 more Knight of the Annabella Temple. I'll go and bring them back," David explained with a smile. The Knight of the Annabella Temple nodded. She did not say anything else. She really did need the help of the 8 Knights of the Annabella Temple. David bowed to the other level 5 powerhouses and took his leave. After leaving the tent, he soared into the sky and flew straight into space. After entering the outer space, he summoned the Sonic Iron Beetle and entered the inner space of the Sonic Iron Beetle. The Sonic Iron Beetle continued to accelerate towards the Guardian planet. This was the fastest way for David to travel in space. Since there were insectoids everywhere in the galaxy of chaos, even the gods would not be able to sense the uniqueness of the Sonic Iron Beetle. He could use it to travel without worry. After settling down, David asked the Black Dragon Alexis on his shoulder, "Alexis, how's the research on the war-dimensional circle coming along?" "Lord Arthur, I can teach you the theory behind the war-dimensional circle, but it requires too many special materials and sacred runes. It's not my specialty," the Black Dragon Alexis said, a little embarrassed. The Black Dragon Alexis was a giant dragon, so it did not have much knowledge about magic circles. The Black Dragon Alexis had lived long enough and had come into contact with a lot of things. The war-dimensional circle was developed by the gods for the night, not for the gods. That was why it could understand the theory behind it. As for replicating the war-dimensional circle, At least the black dragon, Alexis's ability, was not enough. Chapter 9:33. When David heard that black dragon Alexis had researched something, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Alexis, send me the research content." As for replicating the war dimension circle, David didn't have that kind of delusion. Every god had their own abilities, and the black dragon Alexis had said that it was good at fighting. David understood that the black dragon Alexis words meant that the black dragon Alexis wasn't good at anything other than fighting. If it wasn't for the fact that the war dimension circle was too magical, David wouldn't have been able to find the best opportunity to research it, and he didn't want to give up the best opportunity to do so. He would have developed the idea of researching it. When David wore the sacred rune armor, it was completely accepted by the war dimension, and all the details of the war dimension circle were completely shown to David. At that time, he could even feel the patterns on the war dimension circle. The black dragon Alexis formed a spiritual ball of knowledge with the research content. After David touched it with his mind, he absorbed the spiritual ball of knowledge. David suddenly realized that it wasn't that his alchemy skills weren't good enough that he couldn't understand the principles of the war dimension circle, but that his understanding of energy was too shallow. That was the real reason why he couldn't understand the principles of the war dimension circle. Only the black dragon Alexis, who is also a god, could understand the understanding of energy of the gods. However, after listening to the black dragon Alexis explanation, David gradually understood the principles. In order to recreate the war dimension, the requirements of the materials needed were very high. Only when he returned to Gammy and set up an experiment mission for the super server could he know if it was possible to fulfill the requirements of the war dimension circle. When the black dragon Alexis saw that David had woken up from his thoughts, it asked, "Lord Arthur, are these insects the ones that can fight against the great world of God?" Through the historical knowledge that David had passed on to the black dragon Alexis, the black dragon Alexis knew that the three worlds were at odds with each other. However, it was still very curious about the Zergs. "Yes, how do you feel?" David put the matter of the war space magic circle aside and replied with a smile. "How can the insectoids fight against the great world of God?" Black dragon Alexis asked in confusion. In the eyes of the black dragon Alexis, although the combat power of a level 5 insectoid was not weak, as long as it was not a god tier, it would be an ant that could be easily killed no matter how strong it was. It said that there are gods in the insectoid world, but I've never seen one before. David wasn't too sure about the specifics, so he could only share what he knew. "I've just studied the insectoids. The body structure of the insectoids is extremely simple, and their physique is extremely strong. However, their fertility is unexpectedly strong. This kind of race shouldn't exist at all," Black Dragon Alexis said with a sigh. At that moment, the Black Dragon Alexis thought of the Great Dragon race. To a certain extent, the insectoids were very similar to the Great Dragon race. Of course, the Black Dragon Alexis would not agree with this. Even if it had such a thought, it would not admit it. Both the insectoids and the Great Dragon race had strong physiques. Although the insectoid's physique was much weaker than that of the Great Dragon race, it was far superior to that of humans. This allowed the insectoids to have a certain level of combat power when they were born, and as they grew, their strength would increase as well. This was also similar to the Great Dragon race. However, the fertility problem of the Great Dragon race was not reflected in the insectoids. The main reason why the Great Dragon race was eventually expelled from the Great World of God was because of their numbers. No matter how strong the Great Dragon race was, after losing many Great Dragons, the Great Dragon race was in danger of extinction. In order to survive, the Great Dragon race had to give up on fighting and choose to continue reproducing in another world. This was the best choice. However, the insectoid's fertility was not a problem at all. This was not accurate. It should be said that the insectoid's fertility could be said to be able to reproduce at will. Even if it was a level 5 insectoid, as long as there was enough high-level energy, the level 5 insectoid could reproduce at any time. I don't know what the insectoid world is like, but I know that the planets that the insectoids have occupied have become so desolate that no life can survive. Apart from rocks and soil, everything else has been devoured by the insectoids. In order to maintain their population, the insectoids will constantly invade and plunder all the resources they can. David said in a deep voice, "This life form violates the world's laws. How can it be possible to breed and become the ruler of a world?" Even though the black dragon Alexis had seen a lot, it could not help but be shocked by the insectoids. In order to maintain a world's existence, a corresponding world's laws would be born. The most important one was that the number of powerful life forms would be limited. This limitation was reflected in their fertility. This was because powerful life forms would consume a lot of resources. Once there were too many powerful life forms, the world's resources would be used up too much, resulting in the rapid destruction of the planet. A planet that took hundreds of millions or even billions of years to develop would be completely destroyed and become a planet of death with the existence of a race like the insectoids. We'll have to wait until we have the chance to go to the insectoid world to find out, David said with a smile as he shook his head. Of course, David was only joking. He had read in books that there were powerhouses who had entered the insectoid world in the past. But in the end, no matter how strong they did not return. At the very least, David would not go to the insectoid world rashly. He did not want to die because of a little curiosity. David thought of the soul energy that the shadow attendant had absorbed and said to the black dragon Alexis, "Alexis, I'll give you some psychic energy. See if it can help you heal your soul." The black dragon Alexis could be said to be David's greatest protective talisman. The more strength the black dragon Alexis recovered, the safer David would be. "Thank you, Sir Arthur." The black dragon Alexis did not refuse. The master-servant contract allowed it to become one with David. The black dragon Alexis had now completely accepted David because of the unbreakable master-servant contract. David's legendary soul completely made the black dragon Alexis unable to break the master-servant contract. David stretched out his hand to summon the shadow attendant and let the shadow attendant leave behind a portion of its soul energy. The remaining amount of soul energy was not small. He channeled the soul energy into his body and passed it to the black dragon Alexis through the passageway established by the master-servant contract. The black dragon Alexis was not good at soul research, but it could still sense pure soul energy. The black dragon Alexis shrunk its body to the size of a cat and leaned on David's shoulder in an extremely comfortable position. It closed its eyes and enjoyed the warmth from its soul. "How's the effect?" David asked after the shadow attendant channeled the last bit of soul energy. The black dragon Alexis woke up from its enjoyment and said, "I feel that my soul has recovered a little. My soul will be healed with about 10,000 times more soul energy." David was speechless when he heard that. 10,000 times more soul energy? It meant that he had to sacrifice the entire Zerg world. Although he had absorbed a lot of soul energy from level 3 and level 4 Zergs, the most important thing was the soul energy from 3 level 5 Zergs. If the black dragon Alexis wanted to recover, David would need at least 3,000 more level 5 Zerg souls. Level 5 Zerg were not cabbages that could be planted in the field for him to harvest. Speaking of which, whether there were 3,000 level 5 Zergs in the Zerg world was still a big problem. Judging from a situation in the great world of God, a few hundred level 5 powerhouses was the limit of a world. David did not bother with the black dragon Alexis anymore. He could not satisfy the black dragon Alexis's request. It was better to let the black dragon Alexis slowly recover on its own. He placed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and mentally ordered the shadow attendant to list out the knowledge orbs it had obtained today. A large number of knowledge orbs appeared, and all kinds of strange abilities dazzled David. The current David was no longer the ignorant young man who wanted to fuse with an ability whenever he saw one. Many of the innate abilities in his attribute panel were now useless. The buffs from level 1 and level two innate abilities were like a drop in the bucket for a legendary David. Therefore, David quickly ordered the shadow attendant to leave behind the knowledge orbs left behind by the level 5 zergs and move the rest of the knowledge orbs away. Perhaps there were many knowledge light balls with auxiliary functions among the knowledge light balls that had been moved away, but that could only be studied when he had time in the future. After all, non-level 5 innate abilities were limited even if they were useful. As expected, 3 knowledge orbs were left behind. David first focused on the knowledge orb left behind by the stone beetle. The burrow innate ability. Knowledge orb was out of David's expectations. This knowledge orb was not a defensive innate ability like the rock armor. David knew how strong the stone beetle's defense was. If not for the ability of the war space, he would not have been able to kill it in one hit unless his strength increased greatly. Just by looking at the name burrow innate ability, one could imagine that it was very similar to the underground sneak innate ability. This kind of repeated innate ability was even more frustrating than getting a useless one. However, this was a level 5 innate ability after all, and the underground sneak was only a level 3 innate ability. David moved his mind, and the shadow attendant moved the knowledge orb into his soul space. The knowledge orb turned into a piece of information that was absorbed by his soul space and became a part of his memory. He felt that one of his innate abilities seemed to have changed. This feeling was very real. David didn't even need the shadow attendant to bring up the attribute panel to know that the underground sneak innate ability had merged with the burrow innate ability. The new innate ability was still called the underground sneak innate ability. David didn't understand why the level 5 innate ability of the powerful level 5 Zerg was merged with the level 3 underground sneak innate ability. He felt the new underground sneak innate ability and realized that the limit of 10 meters underground and the time limit had disappeared. His movement speed underground had also increased. Other than that, there weren't many changes. However, this was already very impressive. The underground sneak innate ability had helped David a lot in the past, but due to the limit of 10 meters, it was very inconvenient for David to use this ability. Even now, David rarely used the underground sneak innate ability. He mostly used the instantaneous movement innate ability of the silver pterodactyl innate ability. Although he couldn't move freely underground, at least he could go deeper underground. David was a bit speechless about the stone beetle innate ability. The burrow innate ability provided by the stone beetle innate ability, but he didn't even know the actual effect of the burrow innate ability. In fact, the burrow innate ability of the stone beetle innate ability wasn't weak. However, the original owner of the stone skin worm innate ability was a king-level mutated Zerg. Its underground sneak innate ability was also a mutated innate ability. In terms of many rules, it was even better than the level 5-foot burrow innate ability. When David encountered the stone beetle, he was in the air, so he didn't see how powerful it was after it came into contact with the ground. Once the stone beetle came into contact with the ground, it would go underground. At that time, it would appear and disappear mysteriously, giving any enemy a headache. Right now, David was in the belly of the sonic iron beetle, so he couldn't test out the new underground sneak innate ability. He could only look at the next knowledge ball. The purple fire control innate ability knowledge ball. The purple flame beetle's soul gave him a practical innate ability. David ordered the shadow attendant to move the purple fire control innate ability knowledge ball into his soul space. The purple fire control innate ability knowledge ball turned into a purple fire control innate ability pattern. At the same time, he also understood the details of the purple fire control innate ability. The purple fire was a type of level 5 flame, which was what the purple flame beetle used. Of course, purple fire control was just a basic innate ability. Although it had level 5 attack power, it lacked a corresponding attack method. It was like having gasoline in your hand, but you couldn't use the engine to maximize its power. You could only ignite the gasoline directly. This was a huge waste of the purple fire, but David had no other choice. At least, before he found a fire-type innate ability, he could only use the most primitive method to control the fire. However, After understanding the details of the purple fire, David was very satisfied with it. A level 5 flame was a special type of flame that surpassed all other types of flames in the natural world. It came from a special innate ability. The most frightening thing about the purple fire was that it could melt level 5 materials. Even in the Interstellar Federation, melting level 5 materials was an extremely troublesome task. It required a very specialized furnace and a special combustion accelerant in order to do so. Chapter 9:34. The purple fire control talent had a limited effect on David's fighting ability, but it was extremely beneficial for forging, alchemy, and even cooking. David's ability to control flames had increased from normal flames to transcendent flames. He also realized that the purple fire control talent had overlaid the original flame drawing talent. Why wasn't it a fusion? He thought that it was most likely because the purple fire control talent was at a much higher level than the flame drawing talent. The flame drawing talent didn't surpass the purple fire control talent in any way. David focused on the last knowledge ball. It was the knowledge ball provided by the black ice beetle. The black ice control talent. Knowledge ball was another basic talent that didn't have a corresponding attack method. David wasn't too disappointed. This basic talent provided him with a solid foundation that would allow him to unleash powerful energy attacks in the future. He guided the black ice control talent, knowledge ball, into his soul space. This knowledge ball gathered into a rune and flew to the ice control rune, forcefully swallowing the ice control rune. In David's soul space, the original floating position of the ice control pattern had been replaced by the black ice control pattern. David now understood the meaning of black ice. Other than the extreme cold, black ice also contained a strong cold poison. The cold and the cold poison were both level 5, and the double damage made black ice much more powerful than normal ice. The black ice control talent didn't have a corresponding attack ability, but as long as the black ice condensed around the body, it could slow down enemies without needing to control it. The weaker ones would be frozen directly. David shook his head. Of the 3 luminous spheres of knowledge, only the new underground stealth innate ability that had been fused with the burrowing innate ability was useful to him. The other 2 innate abilities were just ordinary. But he was already satisfied. He had killed a lot of level 5 powerhouses before, but he didn't get many talents that were useful. David finally found 3 level 5 soul origins in the shadow attendant's body. They were left behind by 3 level 5 insectoids. Even if they were level 5 insectoids, as long as they reached level 5, their soul would produce soul origins. It could be seen that although the worlds were different, many of the rules were similar. The 3 level 5 soul origins were drawn into David's soul space. After being assimilated by the 98 soul doppelgangers and the 2 god crystals, the 3 level 5 soul origins became David's soul doppelgangers. After finishing an inventory of the loot from the previous battles, David contacted the Sonic Iron Beetle and found that they were not far away from the Guardian planet. The fleet of 27 Starry Sky Swift ships was still moving forward at full speed. Due to the delay midway and the change of course, the fleet of Starry Sky Swift ships had wasted a lot of time. The 27 Starry Sky flying ships were arranged in a row. This arrangement was for the sake of maximum safety. The chairman's universal flying ship was ranked second. This was Chairman Gould's way of showing his leadership. If it wasn't for everyone's persuasion, he would have placed the chairman's universal flying ship first. No one made a sound in the communication circle. Everyone had received the latest news. The battle report on Tula was sent to every level 5 knight through the communication circle. It wasn't just the level 5 knight, but also the level 4 sky knight. In the 5 Starry Sky Swift ships, the priests and shrines of war were celebrating. In the other 4 Starry Sky Swift ships, the priests and shrines of war were not convinced. They hadn't even seen the face of the enemy yet. They believed that when they saw the insectoids, they would achieve the same impressive results as the shrines of war. The battle report was very simple. It didn't mention anything about Lord Arthur. since Lord Arthur was personally invited by a knight of the Annabella Temple. The contribution would be counted as a knight of the Annabella Temple. Of course, there would be some rewards. After the battle was over, the details of Lord Arthur's participation in the battle would appear in a more detailed battle report. Mr. Chairman, we will reach our destination in 3 hours. The crew reported. All Starry Sky Swift ships, get ready for battle. Chairman Gould ordered in a deep voice in the communication circle. 3 hours of travel. Although the distance was still very far, the closer they were to the portal, the more dangerous it would be. The insectoids had too many strange abilities. Chairman Gould had to be very careful. 100 kilometers in front of the Starry Sky Swift ship, an energy clone was constantly accelerating and observing the situation in front of it. This energy clone was responsible for scouting the Starry Sky Swift ship. In order to keep up with the speed of the Starry Sky Swift ships, the energy clone was constantly consuming its bloodline power. This caused the energy clone's speed to exceed its maximum speed. Luckily, it was flying in space. As long as it kept increasing the force behind it, its speed could keep increasing. However, this also caused the energy clone to lose its flexibility. Another level 1 insectoid. The energy clone saw an insectoid in front of it. It casually released a small amount of bloodline power and pierced through the insectoid's head. This was also the norm recently. In the beginning, every energy clone would report when it discovered a level 1 insectoid. However, every once in a while, it would encounter a level 1 insectoid without any accidents. Gradually, the scouting energy clone would lose its vigilance. Just like this time, a level 1 insectoid only needed to consume a bit of bloodline power to kill it. It did not attract the attention of the energy clone at all. In front of the portal, even in the sea of insectoids, the space giant beetle was still very eye-catching. In a large area around the space giant beetle, not a single insectoid dared to approach it. A mental connection connected the space giant beetle and the bewitching brainworm king. The bewitching brainworm king used its population to connect to the level 1 insectoids that were scattered across a large area. The insectoids had many special abilities. However, they did not have the ability to carry out large-scale and long-distance scouting. The large-scale and long-distance scouting here referred to the scope and distance in space. Not to mention the insectoids, even the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God did not have a better scouting method in space. The insectoids had their own scouting method, which was to release a large number of level 1 flying insectoids to patrol the nearby space. All the level 1 insectoids were connected to the bewitching brainworm king. Once they discovered something, the bewitching brainworm king would discover it simultaneously. The bewitching brainworm king connected all the bewitching brainworms. Its mission was to analyze and organize the information and report any abnormalities it discovered to the level 5 insectoids. Just as the energy clone killed the level 1 insectoid, the bewitching brainworm king immediately sent this information to the space giant beetle. Based on this information, the space giant beetle knew the route that the Starry Sky flying ships would take after a short while. It also knew the exact location of the Starry Sky flying ships after a few seconds. All the level 1 insectoids that the Starry Sky flying ships encountered before were used as a reference by the space giant beetle. Only now did the Starry Sky flying ships truly enter the range of the space giant beetle's ability. The space giant beetle injected a large amount of energy that it had prepared beforehand into a pattern in its soul space. A projection of the pattern appeared in front of it. The projection of the pattern was filled with space energy. The projection of the pattern enlarged and flew into the space door. It expanded until it was the same size as the space door and disappeared under the effect of space energy. Just as the energy doppelganger flew past, a teleportation gate appeared. This teleportation gate had a radius of 100 meters. This was the scary part of the space giant beetle. Its ability was to create a long-distance portal and specify the destination of the portal. This time, the space giant beetle created a portal and set the other end of the portal to the insectoid world. It relied on its special ability to enlarge the portal. The space giant beetle and the bewitching brainworm king had already calculated the speed of the starry sky, flying ships after many calculations. The huge teleportation gate suddenly appeared, just a breath before the group of universal flying ships arrived. The huge teleportation gate opened its mouth, and the group of universal flying ships rushed towards the huge teleportation gate as if they were food delivered to the door. David in the distance felt his heart palpitate. This was his ability to sense danger. He instantly found the source of the palpitations. In a moment, he had already replaced the 5-level 5-temple knight on the chairman's starry sky flying ship. The 5-level 5-temple knight released their energy clones, and the energy clones flew out of the starry sky flying ship at an extremely fast speed. Because of the previous long-range energy attacks, the speed of the Temple Knights entering and exiting the cabins affected the speed of the 5th-ranked Temple Knights, almost causing problems with their defense against long-range energy attacks. Therefore, all the Starry Sky ships only had their energy shields activated and didn't close their doors. This also allowed the 5 energy clones to pass through the chairman's Starry Sky flying ship without any delay. The danger came from the front, but because of the tight time, David could not explain it to Chairman Gould through the 5-level 5 Temple Knight. He could only let the 5 energy clones stop the chairman's Starry Sky flying ship. The first Starry Sky flying ship was not prepared at all. Perhaps there was a knight inside that sensed the danger, but how could a Starry Sky flying ship that was already at its highest speed stop just because it wanted to? In addition, the huge teleportation gate had appeared too abruptly without any warning. When the huge teleportation gate appeared, the first Starry Sky flying ship plunged into the huge teleportation gate. The second Starry Sky flying ship was Chairman Gould's Starry Sky flying ship. He also sensed the danger, but before he could figure out where it came from, he saw the 5 Temple Knights summon their energy clones and rush out of the Starry Sky flying ship. When Chairman Gould saw the 5 energy clones stop the Starry Sky flying ship with their hands, he also knew that there was danger ahead. Chairman Gould immediately controlled the Starry Sky flying ship to stop moving forward. Although it stopped moving forward, its speed did not stop immediately. At this time, the 5 energy clones unleashed their level 5 bloodline power, and the terrifying driving force forced the Starry Sky flying ship to stop moving forward. Chairman Gould let out a long breath. He saw the scene of the first Starry Sky flying ship plunging into the teleportation gate. He did not think that the other side of the teleportation gate would be a safe place. The insectoids would not simply move the Starry Sky flying ship away after making such a big move. However, before Chairman Gould could feel the loss of a Starry Sky flying ship, as well as the 5-level 5 Temple Knight and 90-level 4 Sky Knight on board, the Starry Sky flying ship suddenly shook. Following that, a powerful driving force pushed the Starry Sky flying ship again and again. Even if the 5 energy clones tried to resist, they could not help but be pushed back time and time again. David controlled the 5 energy clones. Just as he was about to relax, he felt the Starry Sky flying ship rush forward again. This time, it was not just once but multiple times. The power was not any weaker than the Starry Sky flying ship's momentum. In fact, it was even stronger. The 5 energy clones were in space and did not have any place to borrow power. The only thing they could do was to use their bodies to block the Starry Sky flying ship. At this time, they no longer considered whether or not to conserve their level 5 bloodline power. The level 5 bloodline power within the 5 energy clones kept pouring out, forming a white light behind them. Chairman Gould's face was extremely ugly. He understood what was going on. Because they were flying in a straight line, when the second Starry Sky flying ship forcefully stopped, the other Starry Sky flying ships behind it could not stop in time and could only crash into it. Fortunately, although the force of the collision was very great, all of the starship's energy shields were activated under Chancellor Gould's orders. The force of the collision passed through the energy shields and did not harm the starship's insides. The force of the collision finally reached the 5 energy clones controlled by David. This was equivalent to more than 20 consecutive powerful attacks. David did not dare to let the 5 energy clones retreat. Once they did, the chairman's Starry Sky flying ship would be pushed into the huge teleportation gate. Who knows how many Starry Sky flying ships behind it would also be pushed into the huge teleportation gate. The chairman's Starry Sky flying ship had Chairman Gould and his 5-level, 5-temple knights' main bodies. Therefore, David had to sacrifice the 5 energy clones to protect the chairman's Starry Sky flying ship. The 5 energy clones were hit many times and were pushed back time and time again. The level 5 bloodline power behind the energy clones was almost solid. This was the energy clones using up their fundamental energy. No matter if they could successfully block it or not, the 5 energy clones were unable to maintain themselves. Chapter 9:35. Chairman Gould could only watch as the 5 energy clones madly unleashed their attacks. But there was nothing he could do. At a time like this, no one could help the 5 energy clones. On the contrary, the 5 energy clones' efforts were the only guarantee of his safety. Watch out! Chairman Gould saw that the 5 clones were only a thin line away from the teleportation gate and couldn't help but exclaim. He saw the same smile on the 5 clones' faces at the same time. This smile was so familiar, just like the smile on Lord Arthur's face. Before he could feel it carefully, Chairman Gould saw one of the clones collapse before it could retreat into the teleportation gate. Before it collapsed, it detonated the remaining bloodline power and spirit. The explosion of the level 5 clones caused the chairman's universal flying ship to stop for a moment. Then the chairman's universal flying ship and the 25 other universal flying ships behind it moved forward another 20 centimeters. This 20 centimeters pushed the remaining 4 clones into the teleportation gate. David controlled the 4 energy avatars, and he could sense all the feelings of the 4 energy avatars. He felt his vision turn white. He seemed to see countless bugs and a 20-meter wide teleportation gate. Then, he went through the teleportation gate. When the teleportation stopped, even if they were a world apart, David still had control over the clones. 2 seconds after the teleportation, which was protected by the teleportation law, he saw the universal flying ship that he just entered. At this time, the universal flying ship was completely surrounded by countless bugs. These bugs greedily tore at the ship. Even the energy shield of the ship was the best food for the bugs. 2 of the 4 energy doppelgangers observed their surroundings. This was a hollowed-out planet. The reason it was a hollowed-out planet was because the place David saw was filled with holes. Through these holes, he could see even more holes below, especially a hole not far from the energy clones. The energy clones could see even deeper. It was a bottomless hole, and it was surrounded by holes. There were no plants, no water, only soil and rocks. Looking at it, the first feeling was that it was dry. This was a dry planet. There were bugs everywhere. Many of them were species that David had never seen before. David felt the teleportation protection on the 4 clones dissipating. He hurriedly controlled the 4 clones to walk towards the teleportation gate. He wanted to use the teleportation gate to return to the original place. However, when the clones passed through the teleportation gate, they weren't teleported. Instead, the teleportation gate seemed to be illusory. Kill. On the other side of the universal flying ship that was surrounded by bugs, an orderly shout came out. Then 5 level 5 Temple Knight and 90 level 4 Sky Knight formed the night battle formation and charged towards the bugs outside of the universal flying ship. Everyone knew that such a charge was useless. This was the insectoid world, and David could feel the suppression from this world, preventing him from fully utilizing his strength. In addition, the level 5 bloodline power of the 4 clones had already exceeded the alert level. If they continued to fight, they would definitely collapse. Therefore, even though the 4 clones still had level 5 power, they were already at the end of their rope. We're in. David didn't have any thoughts of waiting for death. He controlled the 4 clones and used the last bit of teleportation protection to charge towards the night battle formation. It's you guys who blocked the universal flying ship behind us. Heroes, it's our honor to die with you. A level 5 Temple Knight said with a laugh. The night battle formation opened up a gap, and the 4 clones entered and immediately joined in. Actually, when the knights saw that only the 4 clones entered the bug world, and the universal flying ship behind them didn't continue to sink, they roughly understood the reason. Judging from the distance of the Starry Sky Swift ships, it was almost impossible for them to stop when they discovered the teleportation gate. If it was the Starry Sky flying ship at the back of the group, there might be enough distance to stop the Starry Sky flying ship when it sensed danger. Fight! Even if we die, we'll die in battle. Controlling the 4 energy doppelgangers, David sensed the flame-like fighting spirit of the knights and said loudly. The night formation began to fight against the insectoids. David could no longer see how many insectoids there were. He only knew that more and more insectoids were coming out of the ground. Every time he killed an insectoid, 3 or 4 more would take its place. All the night battle formation knew that they were going to die this time. No matter how powerful they were, they would feel helpless in the face of the endless amount of bugs. It was unknown which knights started to sing the night song, but the other knights joined in one after another. The night song was loud and clear, and it had a different style in this world filled with the chirping of insects. When a level 4 Sky Knight stepped on a bug corpse, the bug corpse wasn't completely dead. A level 4 claw pierced through the level 4 Sky Knight's chest. For the first time in countless years, red blood was spilled on this planet. Among the green blood everywhere, the red human blood shined like a gem. The battle was extremely cruel. The bugs were outnumbered by 1 to 1, but the bugs could afford it. On the other hand, the night battle formation was different. As the night battle formation died, the power of the night battle formation also decreased. When there were only 30 knights left, there were only 5 level 5 Temple Knights, David's for energy clones, and a few level 4 Sky Knight left. In the battlefield, who knew how many bug corpses had been trampled by the battle and merged into the ground? Even more bug corpses fell into the hole. So this is the bug race. A level 5 Temple Knight said helplessly after sweeping out with his sword. Knights weren't afraid of battle, but this kind of battle made the level 5 Knight feel powerless. This was because they didn't know whether the number of enemies had decreased or not. At this moment, a powerful pressure appeared and swept through the night battle formation. All the knights, including the 5 level 5 knights, froze. Their bloodline power was forced back into their mental space. Among them, only the 4 energy clones controlled by David Fairbetter. He was already familiar with the aura of a god-rank powerhouse. Although this aura was terrifying, it couldn't shake his mind. David could sense a killing intent from this might. This was a battle that had alerted an utmost powerful being of the insect race. Now, this utmost powerful being was prepared to end this battle with a casual wave of his hand. I'll give you one last bit of trouble. David thought to himself. He didn't have the slightest confidence in taking back his energy clones, but he had a way to unleash his strongest attack. The 4 energy clones used the soul connection with David's main soul to borrow the explosion pattern in his mental space. David rarely used this exploding rune because each avatar could only use it once. Otherwise, it would take a long time to recover. The 4 energy clones didn't have much level 5 bloodline power left. Fortunately, they could still barely use the bloodline power in the night battle formation. Together with the remaining level 5 bloodline power in the energy clones, they channeled it all into the explosion pattern. The insectoid powerhouse that was about to casually kill this group of humans found that the 4 energy clones could still move under its pressure. It couldn't help but feel a little curious. This also caused the insectoid powerhouse to pause its attack, giving David some time. The explosion pattern in the bodies of the 4 energy clones was constantly devouring their bloodline power. David felt that the energy clones could lose control at any time. He could only rely on the last bit of control, he had to give the 4 energy clones a final order. The explosion pattern caused 3 of the 4 energy clones to directly collapse. However, the consciousness left in the energy clones didn't immediately dissipate. It still commanded the explosion pattern to activate. Through the eyes of the only remaining energy clone, David saw the 4 explosion patterns turn into 4 violent beams of light that rushed into the ground one after another. The only energy clone still had a second at most before it collapsed. David didn't give up on this last second. He felt the 4 explosion lights rush into the ground. Just as the energy clones were about to collapse, the ground began to tremble. It was as if the earth was shaking. The effect of the 4 explosion lights was to pierce through the very deep Earth's crust. The lava underground gushed out and caused a small earthquake. The last breath that David sensed in the insectoid world was an angry aura descending from above. Including the energy clone that had half of its body destroyed, all the humans present were smashed into meat paste by this attack. David retracted his consciousness. He didn't know if he should be happy or sad. He was happy because he had definitely done something that made the insectoid powerhouse extremely angry. He was sad because all the night had been sacrificed. What he did not know was that after his consciousness left, an earth-shattering explosion was heard from the ground where he was standing due to his 4 ruptures and the bug tribe's ultimate powerhouse's ferocious attack. Then, a large amount of molten lava spurted out. A large number of insectoids that couldn't dodge in time were killed by the high temperature of the volcanic eruption. This was only on the surface. The surface of this planet was divided into hundreds of layers, and each layer had countless insectoids. The volcanic eruption had destroyed a lot of the subterranean layers, and a large number of insectoids were buried underground. Although most of the insectoids had the ability to dig, the amount of insectoids that died in the volcanic eruption was uncountable. President Gould came in front of the 5 pale-faced knight and bowed. Knight from the Harlow Temple, Knight from the Mike Temple, Knight from the Bayer Temple, Knight from the Harlow 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 Temple. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the knights involved in this mission. At the same time, President Gould opened the contact circle. He was representing all the knights. If it weren't for the sacrifice of the 5 knights, who knew how many knights would have died here? The knight from the Harlow Temple stood up and bowed back. From President Gould's point of view, the loss of the 5 rank 5 knights from the Harlow Temple was a huge loss. It would take at least a few decades off their lifespan, and it would increase the chances of them falling into emotional deprivation. But for David, as long as there was a war, as long as there was soul energy, he could help the knight from the Harlow Temple and speed up the recovery of his avatar. As for emotional deprivation, it was impossible for the avatar to control the knight from the Harlow Temple. President Gould was truly grateful. He knew this was Lord Arthur's order. The 5 rank 5 knight from the Harlow Temple had helped a lot before, and now they had sacrificed a lot to save everyone. If they lost a lot of knight from the Harlow Temple in this mission, then he would have to take responsibility as the president. He was the one who issued the order to gather these powerful knight. President Gould looked at the pale faces of the 5 rank 5 knight from the Harlow Temple and said, "Rest well. You won't be participating in the battle after this." This time, the 5 knight from the Harlow Temple did not refuse. Losing their avatars had affected their souls, and they were too far away from David to receive David's potion to recover. At least for a short period of time, the combat power of the 5 rank 5 knight from the Harlow Temple would be greatly reduced. The chances of them dying in a battle above rank 5 were too high. President Gould was much more careful this time. He spread out the starry sky, flying ships, and slowed down their speed. They had no choice but to slow down. Once they thought of the starry sky, flying ships that had plunged into the portal, no one dared to take the risk. The starry sky, flying ships slowed down, making the originally planned 3-hour journey suddenly unpredictable. David came out of the Sonic Steel Beetle's internal space. He no longer needed to use the Sonic Steel Beetle. In front of him was a planet filled with insectoids. This was the Guardian Planet. There were also large amounts of insectoids gathered in space around a Guardian Planet. When he saw the first portal to the great world of God being occupied by the insectoids, David felt very uncomfortable. David summoned his silver pterosaur and jumped on its back. The silver pterosaur then activated its invisibility ability and used its move in a flash to head towards the Guardian Planet. He carefully hid his presence. He had done this before on the War Star. Back then, his ability to hide his presence was able to deceive even the rank 5 insectoids. With the silver pterosaur's invisibility ability, David was able to sneak onto the Guardian Planet. David took out the communication circle and asked, "Knight from the Narsen Temple, what's your situation? Give me your location." When they heard David's message, the Dexter Knight and Narsen Knight from the Harlow Temple became excited. Outside their hiding place, there were insectoids tearing at the runic walls. The Dexter and Narsen Knight didn't know if the insectoids had found them or if it was just a coincidence, but they knew that their hiding place was no longer useful. Chapter 9, 36. Hearing Lord Arthur's voice, the 5th-ranked Temple Knight, Nelson clearly stared blankly, his face full of disbelief. No matter where they came from, they wouldn't be able to reach the Guardian Planet in such a short amount of time. Nelson's knight immediately thought of a possibility. If they didn't care about the cost, they could speed up the journey, but the price would be too high. For example, they could use perfect-grade kryptonite as a power source to greatly increase the speed of the Starry Sky flying ship. However, the cost of traveling this distance would be huge. The most cost-effective way to use perfect-grade kryptonite wasn't to use it as a power source, but to use it as the core of a large-scale magic circle. This way, the consumption of perfect-grade kryptonite would be very low, and there wouldn't be excessive wear and tear. Even a Starry Sky flying ship using perfect-grade kryptonite would require major repairs. The runes inside the Starry Sky flying ship were all designed according to top-grade kryptonite, and many of them wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of perfect-grade kryptonite energy. Of course, this was only Nelson's guess, but he still stuck to it. This was the only way to reach the Guardian Planet quickly. "Lord Arthur is here," Nelson's knight said in an excited voice. "Impossible! How could he be so fast?" The Temple Knight of the 5th rank, Dexter, didn't believe Nelson's words at all. Only when Nelson's knight shared the contact with Dexter's knight did he believe Nelson's words. "Quick, report our location to Lord Arthur," Dexter's knight hurriedly said. "Wait, let's ask Lord Arthur how many forces he brought. We can't harm Lord Arthur." Nelson's knight shook his head. "Yes, the insectoids are too strong. We can't let Lord Arthur be trapped here." Dexter's knight sobered up from his excitement and nodded in agreement. The two 5th-level knights had worked together on the Guardian Planet for many years, and they knew each other's personalities very well. It was precisely because of their similar personalities that they became best friends. This could be seen from the fact that the two 5th-level knights had the same opinion at a time like this. At this moment of life and death, they could still think about David's safety. "Lord Arthur, how many soldiers did you bring with you?" The 5th-ranked Temple Knight, Nelson, asked. "I came alone." David did not wait for Nelson's knight to report their location. Instead, he was asked this question. He could not help but be stunned for a moment before he casually replied. "Lord Arthur, we have two 5th-level insectoids here. They're extremely powerful, and there are countless other insectoids. It's too dangerous for you to save us alone. Dexter and I thank you for your help, but please leave." Nelson's knight said in a deep voice. David was truly stunned. He really did not expect Nelson's and Dexter's knights to make such a decision. In a life-and-death situation, anyone would grab hold of even a straw, let alone a Temple Knight of the 5th rank like him, who was famous for his valiant fighting strength. Nelson's knight, "I won't do something I'm not confident in. Give me your location. I'm approaching the Guardian Planet. Don't make me look for you on the Guardian Planet." David replied with a smile. Outside the Guardian Planet, David's eyes were looking in the direction of the Guardian Planet. He could already sense the location of the two 5th-level insectoids. Continuing to open the communication circle, David's black armor appeared on his body and wrapped around his divine weapon, Dark Shadow. Following that, a fifth-level light, long sword appeared in his hand. David did not hide himself. The two fifth-level insectoids were the strongest forces on the planet. The rest of the insectoids could not even break through his defense. He rode on his silver pterosaur and dove straight down towards the two fifth-level insectoids on the Guardian planet. With the will of a legendary rank soul, the space in front of David was forcibly moved away. This also made it so that his dive did not cause any friction with space. This was very strange, but it was also normal. Strange was for other powerhouses, but normal was for David's own strength. David's move immediately attracted the attention of the insectoids on the Guardian planet. A large number of flying insectoids flew in his direction, wanting to intercept him. The highest level of flying insectoids was fourth level. Of course, there weren't many of them. The main force was still second or third level. Against two fifth-level knight, there was no need for so many fourth-level insectoids. David's dive was very fast, but the flying insectoids were not slow either. The two sides were about to make contact in a short 10 seconds. Suddenly, the silver pterosaur activated its move in a flash ability and flashed into the middle of the flying insectoids. David then opened his mouth and activated his dragon aura. He did not activate it with a dragon roar. Instead, he used a special ability he hadn't used in a long time, the high-frequency sound wave ability. The high-frequency sound wave was not a true spiritual talent, nor was it a strength talent. It was just a natural ability that came from the insectoid's vocal organ. After David obtained the high-frequency sound wave ability, it had been of great help to him. However, as his own strength increased and the enemies he faced became stronger, the effect of the high-frequency sound wave slowly weakened. Although the high-frequency sound wave level was very low, it also had an excellent feature, which was that the range of the high-frequency sound wave was the same as the user's spiritual range. In terms of spiritual range, it could be said that among the known powerhouses in the great world of God, almost no one could surpass David's spiritual range except for the gods. David's spiritual range came from his complete control of the small world left behind by the god of plague, Gladstone. It had a radius of 80 kilometers. Perhaps this range was nothing compared to space, but in a battle inside a planet, this range was enough to cover a battlefield. David's spiritual range expanded to a radius of 80 kilometers. Not only did it cover all the flying insectoids that were chasing him, but also covered a large area of the insectoids on the ground. The high-frequency sound wave was activated. The high-frequency sound wave, with a trace of dragon aura, was invisible and silent. It swept across the 80 kilometers range like a ghost. With David's legendary soul, the high-frequency sound wave could cause damage to level 3 insectoids and effect level 4 insectoids to a certain extent. However, this time, he added a trace of dragon aura to the high-frequency sound wave, causing the high-frequency sound wave to have a terrifying dragon aura. Lord Arthur, how can you make such a sound? Black Dragon Alexis noticed David's high-frequency sound wave ability when he released it. However, even with the power of the Black Dragon Alexis, he couldn't understand how David released the high-frequency sound wave. Without the use of tools, it was impossible for a human to release the high-frequency sound wave that could cause serious damage to other creatures. David heard Black Dragon Alexis' question and couldn't help but feel proud. The Black Dragon Alexis acted like it knew everything, but there were still things it didn't know. In fact, they were different in their specialties. It was impossible to tell who was stronger between the Black Dragon Alexis and the Bald God, but it was certain that the Bald God's research on the soul was far beyond the Black Dragon Alexis level. David didn't stop using the high-frequency sound wave, but he also copied the knowledge of the high-frequency sound wave using the spiritual ball and transferred it to the Black Dragon Alexis. If he could do such a thing in the middle of a battle, it was obvious that he didn't care much about the battle. The high-frequency sound wave with dragon aura swept across the flying insectoids. No matter what level the flying insectoids were, they were all stunned. The difference in level could be seen. The level 1 to 3 flying insectoids were swept by the high-frequency sound wave. They didn't even feel the suppression of the dragon aura before their brains were crushed by the high-frequency sound wave. The level 4 flying insectoids were still resisting the high-frequency sound wave, but the dragon aura took effect. The insectoids were a race that placed a lot of emphasis on class. The insectoids were naturally afraid of the stronger insectoids. Needless to say, the dragon aura didn't just bring about a sense of power, it also brought about a huge difference in the level of life. Perhaps the flying insectoids didn't know what kind of creature a giant dragon was, but the pressure of a top creature and the suppression of the soul made the level 4 flying insectoids instantly lose their ability to resist. The level 4 flying insectoids allowed the high-frequency sound wave to enter their brains and destroy them at will. Therefore, the level 1, 2, and 3 flying insectoids in the sky fell down first. The level 4 flying insectoids only lasted for a second before they fell to the ground as well. At this moment, David truly understood the difference between the strong and the weak. The Guardian planet was filled with insectoids, and there were even a large number of them in space. However, these insectoids were no threat to David at all. The golden shell bug and the red-winged ant king were guarding outside the secret room. Their subordinates were constantly attacking the secret room. The secret room's defense wasn't very strong. If the 2 level 5 insectoids wanted to, they could easily break it open. However, they didn't do it themselves. Instead, they were enjoying the process of opening the secret room. It felt like a delicious meal in a bottle. The anticipation of opening the bottle was also an important part of enjoying the meal. Especially when the enemy had no chance of escaping, the 2 level 5 insectoids wouldn't speed up the process of opening the secret room. Just as the golden-shelled bug and the red-winged ant king were about to open the secret room and feel the despair of the 2 temple knights, the insectoids on the surface sent them a warning. The golden-shelled bug let out a sharp cry. The insectoids underground, including the ones attacking the secret room, all rushed towards the surface. The golden-shelled bug and the red-winged ant king also rushed towards the surface. As for the 2 level 5 temple knights, as long as the enemies were dealt with, the 2 level 5 temple knights wouldn't be able to escape. They would just have to wait for the insectoids to attack again. That's an excellent way to use Dragon's Might. You've made use of the stealth of high-frequency sound waves so that the Dragon's Might won't be sensed by those outside the range. Alexis commented on David's attack. Alexis, can you help me collect the souls of the dead insectoids? David ignored Black Dragon Alexis's comment and asked. David had no choice. The range of his mind power was too large. It had a radius of 80,000 meters, but the shadow attendant's range was only 1,000 meters. If this continued, he didn't know how much soul energy would be wasted in this battle. Of course, he didn't order the Black Dragon Alexis to cooperate. The Black Dragon Alexis had helped him a lot. He could be considered his mentor. Therefore, he asked for the Black Dragon Alexis's opinion in a negotiating tone. Lord Arthur, I don't know much about souls. Black Dragon Alexis hesitated for a moment and said, among the giant dragons, studying souls was an evil act. Just look at the dead giant dragons. Whether it was the dragon's corpse or the dragon's soul, they were all very valuable. Many powerful beings who studied souls wanted them because they disturbed the eternal slumber of the giant dragons. Therefore, the giant dragon's attitude towards controlling souls was to kill. They would kill any soul they found. Now that the giant dragons no longer existed, at least in the great world of God, the Black Dragon Alexis didn't want to violate the principles of the giant dragons. The Black Dragon Alexis couldn't stop David from using the shadow attendant to absorb souls, but he didn't want to help. I'll give you a third of my soul energy to recover your soul. David saw the Black Dragon Alexis's hesitation. especially since he had a master-servant contract with the Black Dragon Alexis. He could sense that the Black Dragon Alexis knew how to do it. Although the Black Dragon Alexis didn't study souls, at his level, he could clearly sense souls, which were illusory entities that low-level beings couldn't see. "I'll obey your orders, Lord." When the Black Dragon Alexis heard that he could give him a third of his soul energy to heal his soul, he immediately agreed. At this time, the Black Dragon Alexis didn't care about the rules of the giant dragons. After all, the giant dragons didn't exist in the great world of God. As the only giant dragon, he could do whatever he wanted. The most important thing was to be able to obtain pure soul energy to heal his soul. It would take too long for the Black Dragon Alexis to recover on his own. Although the soul energy didn't have much effect on the Black Dragon Alexis's soul recovery, this was only relative. Every bit of pure soul energy absorbed could reduce the recovery time of the Black Dragon Alexis's soul. The Black Dragon Alexis wanted to recover all his strength and take revenge on the Grim Reaper. Chapter 9:37. Black Dragon Alexis's aura surged, and a special suction force was emitted. Apart from David, who had a master-servant contract with Black Dragon Alexis, no one else on the battlefield could sense the existence of this special suction force. This special suction force had no effect on other objects or energy, but it had a powerful suction force on souls. The dead insectoid souls all flew towards Black Dragon Alexis. This area just happened to cover the 80 kilometers radius of David's dragon's aura and high-frequency sound wave. This made it so that none of the insectoid souls that David killed went to waste, and they were all absorbed. The shadow attendant's workload was reduced, and she could just absorb as much as she wanted. David could not help but sigh at the power of Black Dragon Alexis. It must be known that the Black Dragon Alexis's soul was damaged, and many powerful abilities it could not be used, but through this little trick, it could achieve this. Just as he was thinking, David sensed the aura of 2 level 5 insectoids rushing towards him, and he could not help but smile. As long as these 2 5th-rank insectoids didn't pursue Dexter and Nelson, it wouldn't be easy for the other insectoids to kill these 2 5th-rank Temple Knights in a short time. David had spent so much time crossing the entire star field of chaos, and he did not want anything to happen to the 2 level 5 knights. In the secret underground room, Dexter and Nelson suddenly discovered that the sounds of destruction outside had disappeared, and all the insectoids were retreating. They understood that Lord Arthur's attack had taken effect. At this time, there was no need to give Lord Arthur a position. The 2 of them were also level 5 knights. Since when did a level 5 knight need to wait in a safe place and rely on others for protection? In addition, Dexter and Nelson knew that Lord Arthur had come to rescue them alone, so they could not stay here. The 2 level 5 knights looked at each other, and each took out a bottle of potion to stimulate their body's potential. This would allow their exhausted bodies to recover some of their fighting strength after many battles. Although this potion could work on level 5 knights, and there would be some side effects afterwards, they did not care about that at this time. The 5th-ranked Temple Knight Dexter and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Nelson rushed to the surface through the destroyed underground tunnel at their fastest speed. In the process, there was not a single insectoid in the places they passed. On the other side, David also sensed that the 2 level 5 knights were about to appear from underground. He had to change his fighting style, and he withdrew his dragon's aura and high-frequency sound wave. Fortunately, after the previous cleaning, the nearby area was cleared of insectoids, and there were only 2 level 5 insectoids left. Even the insectoids that were brought to the surface by the 2 level 5 insectoids were instantly killed by the dragon's aura and high-frequency sound wave. The golden-shelled bug and the red-winged ant king looked at the humans in the sky. As level 5 insectoids, they had never felt any fear toward their enemies. No matter how strong the enemy was, they had a strong desire to fight. However, today, the golden-shelled bug and the red-winged ant king felt a chill in their hearts. The subordinates they brought from the insectoid world, especially the ones near them, were the most elite insectoids. However, the scene on the surface was unacceptable to the two level 5 insectoids. Insectoid corpses were all over the ground. Although the two level 5 insectoids brought a small number of level 4 insectoids, it was only a small number compared to when they were sent to Tula. This time, the two level 5 insectoids had brought at least a few hundred level 4 insectoids with them. At this point, other than a few who were controlling the insectoids in other parts of the Guardian planet, the rest were all on the ground, becoming one of the many insectoid corpses. David did not hide his desire to fight. When he sensed that Dexter and Nelson's level 5 Temple Knight were coming to the battlefield, he did not plan to use his special ability anymore. The two level 5 insectoids were just right for him to test his power, so he challenged the two level 5 insectoids to a fight. The golden-shelled bug and the red-winged ant king sensed David's challenge, and they both let out a sharp cry. The two level 5 insectoids rushed towards David in the sky. David also activated his Knight's Charge. It was a pure Knight's Charge without any other ability. When David was focused on the Knight's Charge, the world began to slow down in his eyes. He was used to this change. It was not the world slowing down, but the battle angel crystal had changed his speed. The law of speed. Black Dragon Alexis mumbled to itself. Since he needed the Black Dragon Alexis to help him absorb soul energy, David opened up his senses. This allowed the Black Dragon Alexis to sense David's situation. David had no intention of keeping a secret. He also needed a mentor to guide him. All of his achievements had been discovered by himself, and he had great luck and chance. He couldn't guarantee that this luck and chance could be maintained forever, especially at David's level. Every step forward was an unprecedented improvement. Other than a god-tier being like the Black Dragon Alexis, no one else in the great world of God could teach him. David did not know what the Black Dragon Alexis had discovered. He was completely focused. He did not dare to be careless in the face of two level 5 insectoids. An insectoid of the 5th rank could contend against several Temple Knights of the 5th rank. Moreover, the insectoids of the 5th rank had their own special innate abilities, making them even harder to guard against. David saw the golden shell bug and the red-winged ant king, one on the left and one on the right. He could see the movement of every limb of the two level 5 insectoids. At this time, his 101 soul avatars also joined in the analysis. As the two sides got closer and closer, the level 5 Knight Dexter and the level 5 Knight Nelson rushed out from underground. They just happened to see the two sides about to collide in the sky. At this moment, the two level 5 Knights' breathing slowed down a lot. They did not dare to make a sound to avoid distracting Lord Arthur. No matter how much they worried, it was useless. They could only hope that Lord Arthur could block the attacks of the two level 5 insectoids and buy them time to join in the battle. Survive. This was the thought of both the level 5 Knight Dexter and the level 5 Knight Nelson. In the sky, the two sides did not match at all. The two level 5 insectoids were almost 20 meters tall, and even if David was riding on the silver pterosaur, he was only about 3 meters tall. This asymmetrical battle began in the sky. The two level 5 insectoids seemed to have the same idea as David, or maybe they realized that David wanted to engage in close combat, so they did not use their special abilities. Instead, they chose to engage in a real close combat with David. In fact, the golden-shelled bug and the red-winged ant king did not want to pull away. They did not even use their special abilities. They just wanted to engage in close combat. This was because before the two level 5 insectoids appeared, David had already slaughtered all the insectoids within an 80 kilometers radius. This ability made the two level 5 insectoids feel extreme danger. Subconsciously, they did not want to pull away from David at all. Otherwise, a long-range attack of 80,000 meters would definitely make the two level 5 insectoids unable to retaliate, and they would be continuously attacked from afar. David was also a bit confused as to why the two level 5 insectoids would let him get close to them so easily. One had to know that he had prepared a lot of things in advance to prevent the two level 5 insectoids from doing anything. 10 meters, 5 meters, in a flash, David's seemingly weak body was getting close to the two level 5 insectoids. David controlled the silver pterosaur. He did not even use the move in a flash. He just swayed left and right a few times, and he dodged more than 10 of the insectoid spikes. From an outsider's perspective, the silver pterosaur was very agile, and it easily dodged the joint attacks of the two level 5 insectoids. However, in reality, David had already predicted the attack trajectory of the two level 5 insectoids and controlled the silver pterosaur to dodge them. The few swings of the silver pterosaur allowed David to get close to the golden-shelled bug. The level 5 light longsword in David's hand blocked the attack of the golden-shelled bug's front legs. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and a strange power appeared on his body. This power then gathered on his left fist. The rule of strength, the black dragon Alexis murmured in its mind again. The black dragon Alexis was shocked by David. Whether it was the rule of speed or the rule of strength, they were both basic rules. If one could master either of these two rules after becoming a god, they would be the strongest among the gods. It should be known that all rules were derived from the basic rules. There were very few gods who could master the basic rules, but once they did, they would be extraordinary. To a certain extent, the power of the Black Dragon race was also a variant of the rule of strength. It was close to the original basic rule of strength, but it was this close that made the power of the Black Dragon race inferior to the real basic rule of strength. Of course, this did not affect the power of the Black Dragon race. The dragon body was the best carrier of power. Under the effect of the dragon body, even if a black dragon encountered a god with the rule of strength, it was hard to say who would win. When David swung his fist, he only felt that there was a close connection between the soul space and the fist. He felt that his fist was supported by the small world. Of course, this was only his feeling. With his strength, he could not fully display the power of the small world, but through the guidance of the rule of strength, he could still use a part of the small world's power. If David only used the rule of strength of the main world of the great world of God, then his power would at most reach the peak of the 5th level of the Temple Knight. This was related to his body and his strength as a Temple Knight. At David's level, he could not truly use the rule of strength of the main world. He could only use the rule of strength to transform his body and reach the strongest power he could reach. This strongest power was much weaker than the power of a 5th level insectoid. It would not cause much damage to a 5th level insectoid. Therefore, when a 5th level Temple Knight fought against an insectoid, they had to use a 5th level light longsword to increase their attack power. They had to use the sharp light longsword to increase their destructive power. David's current state made him instinctively feel that he should throw this punch. He did not even care if the power of this punch would cause any damage to the golden-shelled insect. Although David could not truly use the rule of strength of the main world, he had a small world that originally belonged to a god. He had truly mastered this small world, so he could use the rule of the small world at will. Of course, if David did not have the ability to control the rule of strength, he would not be able to use the rule of strength of the small world. It was because David used the rule of strength of the small world that Black Dragon Alexis discovered that he had mastered the rule of strength. Because David's own strength was too weak, when he used the rule of strength of the small world, he only integrated a part of the small world into his punch. When the fist hit the hard shell of the golden-shelled insect, the golden-shelled insect had a mocking thought in its mind. A human wanted to use his fist to hit a 5th level insectoid, a golden-shelled insect, which was known for its hard shell. But as soon as this thought appeared in its mind, the golden-shelled insect heard the sound of its shell breaking. What followed was an extremely terrifying force. Following the punch, the golden-shelled insect's body was sent flying towards the ground like a bullet. The red-winged Ant King on the side did not expect that the golden-shelled insect would be smashed to the ground in just one move. The red-winged Ant King quickly tried to distance itself. Getting close to an existence with such terrifying power was just asking for trouble. How could David let the red-winged Ant King pull away? His current fighting style was a bit awkward. His strength was pretty good inside his body, but he couldn't attack outside of his body. This made it so that without using his special innate ability, his attack range was far inferior to other 5th-ranked Temple Knights. The Silver Pterosaur was fast enough to catch up with the red-winged Ant King, and when it got close to the Ant King, it still had enough strength to dodge the Ant King's seemingly crazy attacks. David was controlling the Silver Pterosaur to dodge the attack while thinking about the punch just now. That punch was far more powerful than his real strength. The 5th-level Temple Knight Dexter and the 5th-level Temple Knight Nelson were preparing to fly into the sky and fight the golden-shelled insect together with Lord Arthur. But just as they were about to move, they were stunned by what was happening in the sky in front of them. How powerful was the golden-shelled insect? These two 5th-level Temple Knights had personally experienced it. The feeling of being suppressed and powerless was still fresh in their minds. No matter if it was strength, speed, or defense, the golden-shelled insect was almost invincible. Chapter 9:38. The 5th-ranked Temple Knight Dexter and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Nelson didn't expect that such a powerful 5th-rank arachnid would be knocked down by Lord Arthur's fist as soon as it came into contact with him. Did Lord Arthur use his fists? The 5th-ranked Temple Knight, Nelson, asked Dexter with a tone of disbelief. "It's the fist," Dexter said with a bitter smile. The 2 rank 5 knights felt the same. They were the knight of the great world of God's supreme council stationed on the Guardian planet. Although the conditions here were tough, they were still very proud. Being able to be stationed on the Guardian planet was an affirmation of the strength of these 2 rank 5 knights. However, the same 2 5th-level insectoids had chased them all over the place, but in front of Overlord Arthur, they were as weak as babies. They looked around and saw that they were surrounded by insectoid corpses. They couldn't sense any signs of life from the insectoids around them. This meant that the insectoids around them had all been killed. Just how strong is Lord Arthur? The same question appeared in the minds of both Dexter and Nelson at the 5th rank. They no longer considered joining the battle because they were worried that their strength would be a burden to Lord Arthur. It was funny when they thought about it. Since when did a rank 5 knight become a burden? However, reality made these 2 rank 5 knights make this decision. The Silver Pterosaur's speed was much faster than before. This was also the benefit of strengthening its bloodline. The mounts used by the servants of the ancient gods were originally good at speed. Now that the Silver Pterosaur was fast, it wouldn't have a problem catching up to the red-winged Ant King in a short distance. Of course, as long as the Silver Pterosaur used instantaneous movement, its speed advantage would be even more obvious. However, David didn't let the Silver Pterosaur use its special ability. He wanted to recreate that punch. In the previous battle, David wasn't able to perform that punch. In his mind, it was probably a pure knight battle that made him perform that punch unconsciously. The red-winged Ant King knew the situation it was in. It wanted to get away from this terrifying human, but that damned flying mount was too fast. All of its efforts were in vain. The red-winged Ant King had always been very proud of its huge body. In the eyes of the insectoids, the size of the body was a reflection of strength. However, at this time, the Ant King wanted to shrink its body so that it could be more agile. Under the repeated attacks of the red-winged Ant King, David kept closing the distance between him and the Ant King. He had been maintaining the law of speed all this time. Although he had only used a small part of it, his speed was not weak. With the law of speed, he could control every movement of the red-winged Ant King. The 101 doppelgangers gave David enough analytical ability to keep up with his speed. After 2 breaths of chasing, the distance between David and the Ant King was only 1 meter. It was enough for him to perform a punch. The Silver Pterosaur dodged the Ant King's attack again. David just took a deep breath and focused his power on his left hand. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the Ant King. The Ant King realized that it couldn't dodge this punch at all. It stopped moving and focused on defending. David's left fist landed heavily on the left side of the Ant King, making a crisp sound. He felt the pain from his left hand and the feedback from the outer shell of the Ant King. He didn't have time to figure out why his punch failed. His Grandmaster level Knight Inheritance Sword Art allowed him to thrust out the rank 5 light longsword in his right hand. The Ant King was ready to be blown away by this punch. The golden-shelled insect was a good example. However, the power that came from the punch was very weak. Of course, it was only weak compared to a rank 5 insectoid. David's punch was more powerful than any rank 5 Temple Knight. If such a punch were to land on a human, even a defensive Temple Knight of the 5th rank would be injured to a certain extent. However, it didn't cause any damage to the Ant King at all. If it weren't for the fact that David's bones were extremely tough, his hand would have been damaged by the backlash. While the Ant King was feeling strange, the rank 5 light longsword pierced through the gap in its shell at a weird angle. The light longsword carried a powerful force, and it broke open the Ant King's muscles and pierced into its heart. In order to block David's punch, the Ant King gave up on defending against the rank 5 light longsword in David's right hand. Therefore, when David attacked with a rank 5 light longsword, the Ant King didn't defend at all. It allowed David to choose where to attack. The consequence of letting a Grandmaster level sword attack was that the rank 5 light longsword had chosen the best attack, and it pierced into the Ant King's heart. Cunning human. This was the only thought in the Ant King's mind before it died. If David didn't unleash that earth-shattering punch on the golden-shelled insect, the red-winged Ant King wouldn't have let go of the sword, which was the most dangerous weapon to it, and allowed David to unleash a fatal strike. But in reality, David didn't have such a plan. He didn't want to use that powerful punch, but he didn't have a chance. Just like that, the red-winged Ant King died of resentment. But in the eyes of the Temple Knights of the 5th rank and Dexter and Nelson of the 5th rank, it was a completely different matter. Lord Arthur punched the golden-shelled insect to the ground, and then casually killed the Ant King with a sword strike. The whole process was very casual. Let alone these 2 Temple Knights of the 5th rank. Even David, who had just killed the red-winged Ant King, was startled. The previous sword strike was a combination of his battle instinct and the ability of a sword grandmaster. Only after killing the red-winged Ant King did he understand what had happened. The shadow attendant flew up and absorbed the Ant King's soul. David waved his hand and put the Ant King's body into his portal pendant. At this time, the golden-shelled insect on the ground also recovered. There was a huge dent on its shell, and many cracks appeared on its golden shell. The golden-shelled insect raised its head and saw the Ant King's body being put away by David. Its eyes were filled with fear. This was the fear of facing a powerful being. 2 rank 5 insectoids couldn't last more than a few seconds in front of a powerful being. One was dead, and the other was injured. Run! The golden-shelled insect no longer had any will to fight. There was only one thought left in its mind. A golden light flashed on the golden-shelled insect's body, and in the golden light, its body suddenly disappeared. It turned into a golden light and shot into the sky. Of course, it avoided David's direction. David didn't want the golden-shelled insect to escape. The punch he used just now was very problematic. He definitely couldn't let the golden-shelled insect escape back to the insectoid territory. He knew the insectoids very well. As long as the golden-shelled insect escaped back to the insectoid territory, the insectoids would come up with a plan to deal with him. This was a common occurrence on planet Warstar. David patted the silver pterosaur lightly. Perhaps the golden-shelled insect's final escape was extremely fast, but it also depended on who it was compared to. The silver pterosaur carried David's innate ability to move in a flash. In addition, David used his own spirit to form multiple spirit walls in front of the golden-shelled insect. The spirit walls were invisible, and they were far enough away, so there was no need to worry about the 2 level 5 knight on the ground noticing anything wrong. The golden-shelled insect turned into a golden light and broke through the spirit walls. Although the spirit walls were close to level 5, they were extremely weak in front of the golden-shelled insect. However, David didn't think that the spirit walls would be able to stop the golden-shelled insect. All he needed was for the golden-shelled insect to slow down its escape speed after hitting the spirit walls. David's spirit was strong enough. With the support of his legendary soul, the spirit walls appeared one after another, and the golden-shelled insect's speed naturally slowed down. Kill! The silver pterosaur appeared in front of the golden-shelled insect. David roared and stabbed out with the level 5 light longsword in his hand. At this time, he didn't want to test his fist anymore. He had plenty of time to do that in the future. He just wanted to get rid of the golden-shelled insect as soon as possible. The golden-shelled insect turned around and shot a golden light at David. This movement was a bit big, so David was one step ahead of it. The silver pterosaur moved in a flash and appeared on the other side of the golden-shelled insect. This side was where the golden-shelled insect was dented by David's punch. The level 5 light longsword in David's hand stabbed into the dent, and the broken shell didn't protect it at all. The level 5 light longsword stabbed into the golden-shelled insect's body. The perfect strike of strength and speed achieved the best effect. The golden-shelled insect's body stopped in midair. After its heart was pierced, its life force also dissipated. The shadow attendant immediately pounced over and absorbed the golden-shelled insect's soul. David grabbed the golden-shelled insect's body with one hand and stuffed it into the space pendant. The silver pterosaur took him and landed in front of the level 5 knight Dexter and the level 5 knight Nelson. Lord Arthur, thank you for saving our lives. The two level 5 knights bowed at the same time. They knew very well that if it wasn't for Lord Arthur crossing the starfield of chaos to save them, they would have probably died at the hands of the insectoids by now. We are friends. You don't have to be so polite. David smiled and bowed back. The level 5 knight Dexter and the level 5 knight Nelson looked at each other. The word friend warmed their hearts. What kind of feeling would it be to have a friend to help you in the most dangerous time? However, the two level 5 knight Nelson didn't blame their friends for not coming to help them. Not everyone had the ability like Lord Arthur, who could cross the starfield of chaos in time to save them. And not everyone had the power of Lord Arthur, who could easily defeat two level 5 insectoids and slaughter a large number of low-level insectoids. Do the two of you have any plans? Do you want to return to Tula with me? Or do you have other plans? David looked around and asked. This wasn't the place to talk. With the insectoids' power, once they learned of this planet, they would constantly send insectoids to this planet to take control of the Guardian Planet. However, the Guardian Planet's position was too important. This was the first barrier between the War Star and the Great World of God. Anyone who wanted to enter the Great World of God from the War Star would have to pass through the Guardian Planet. Once the insectoids occupied this place, it would mean that the transportation channel between the Great World of God and the War Star would be closed, which would affect the supply of resources to the entire Great World of God. With the insectoids' current scouting of the surroundings, it wouldn't be long before the situation of the Guardian Planet was grasped by the insectoids. Lord Arthur, we need to report the situation here to Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould will make the decision. Dexter apologetically said. If the two 5th-rank Temple Knight had no other choice, the loss of the Guardian Star was something that could not be helped. But with such a powerful existence like Lord Arthur, and with the Guardian Star still in their hands, the two Temple Knights of the 5th rank were very reluctant to leave the Guardian Star. Dexter, a level 5 Holy Temple Knight, walked to the side and activated the communication circle, requesting to speak with Chairman Gould. Lord Arthur, Chairman Gould invites you to join the channel. Dexter, a level 5 Holy Temple Knight, said to David after a few words. David nodded, opened his Lord-class communication circle, and joined the channel. Lord Arthur, thank you for your contribution. The Guardian Planet cannot be lost. Dexter, Nelson, and Great World of God continue to stay behind and clean up the remaining insectoids. I have a new task for you. You will represent the Great World of God to the War Star and inform the Interstellar Federation of what has happened in the Great World of God. Ask the Interstellar Federation for assistance in defending the Guardian Planet. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. This was a last resort. According to the peace treaty between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, both sides had the obligation to help the other side fight the insectoids. However, in the past, it had always been the great world of God sending out knights to help the Interstellar Federation clear out the powerful insectoids in the war zone. There is almost no need for the Interstellar Federation to enter the great world of God to assist in the battle. The Guardian Planet and the Star Field of Chaos were actually the same as the Interstellar Federation's war zone. However, the insectoids rarely entered the great world of God, and there were 2 level 5 holy temple knights stationed on the Guardian Planet. Allowing a small number of insectoids to enter the great world of God was also prevented. Originally, Chairman Gould was prepared to send someone to charge past the Guardian Planet and head to the War Star to ask the Interstellar Federation for help if the Guardian Planet fell. At this moment, Lord Arthur happened to be on the Guardian Planet and had protected it. Thus, it would be easier to invite the Interstellar Federation to help defend the Guardian Planet. Lord Arthur's status was high enough, and he had dealt with the Interstellar Federation before, so he was the most suitable candidate. Chapter 9:39. Knight of the Dexter Temple, Knight of the Nelson Temple, stay here. I'll go clean up the insectoids on the Guardian Planet. David said in a deep voice. He knew that he couldn't stay out of this after receiving Chairman Gould's message. If it was before the war, the Dexter Knight and Nelson Knight of the 5th level would have definitely offered to help. However, after seeing Lord Arthur's strength, the 2 5th level knights didn't even have the intention to be polite. They were too embarrassed to show their strength in front of Lord Arthur. Going to the Interstellar Federation meant that he had to take care of the Guardian Planet. Since David promised Chairman Gould, he decided to take it seriously. Jumping back onto the silver pterosaur, David's figure flew into the sky. He still activated Dragon, Aura, and high-frequency sound wave, but he only used them when he was far away from the 2 5th level knights. With David's current identity and status, as long as he wasn't proven to have betrayed the great world of God or blasphemed against the gods, he didn't have to worry about anything. Plus, as long as he didn't include the 2 5th level knights in his spiritual range, he wouldn't be exposed at all with his special attack method of high-frequency sound wave. Lord Arthur's attack method is really unique. The Dexter Knight of the 5th level couldn't help but sigh when he saw all the insectoids fall to the ground wherever Lord Arthur went. No matter how Lord Arthur fights, we have to keep our mouths shut. We can't bring any trouble to Lord Arthur. The Nelson Temple Knight of the 5th level reminded in a deep voice. They knew very well that Lord Arthur's attack method was definitely not knights. Although Lord Arthur didn't have to worry about some suspicion with his identity, they couldn't bring any trouble to Lord Arthur. Of course, the rank 5 Holy Knight Dexter nodded without hesitation. The Black Dragon Alexis had requested David to help clean up the Guardian Planet. The Black Dragon Alexis had long treated the souls of all the Zergs on the Guardian Planet as its healing potion, although only 1/3 of it was its own. It only took a few dozen minutes to complete a round. Draconic Aura and high-frequency sound wave was a piece of cake for him to clear out these low-level insectoids. All he had to do was circle the Guardian Planet a few times as fast as he could to cover every area and finish them off. The Black Dragon Alexis sensed David's complacency and said through the master-servant contract, Lord Arthur, if your strength reaches the level of an adult black dragon, just the dragon roar alone will kill all the bugs on the entire planet, including the nearby space. David smiled and didn't argue with the Black Dragon Alexis. The dragon roar was indeed powerful, but it was built on the foundation of completely exposing his dragon bloodline. If he dared to use the dragon roar on the Guardian Planet, it might spread to the shrines, and he'd be in big trouble then. In terms of concealment, it wasn't as reassuring as the high-frequency sound wave. David returned to the 2 level 5 Temple Knights and said, I'll leave the rest of the Zergs in space to you. If you encounter any that you can't deal with, don't hold your ground. Retreat to the War Star and meet up with me. I'll be back as soon as possible." The Dexter Knight and Nelson Knight bowed in unison. "Thank you for your help, Lord Arthur. We'll be careful." David patted the silver-winged dragon and said goodbye. "I'll be going to the War Star now. You guys be careful." Dexter and the Dexter Knight watched as Lord Arthur left, and then looked at the insect corpses around them. Perhaps Lord Arthur didn't care about these insect corpses, but these two Temple Knights were greatly indebted to Lord Arthur, so they wouldn't just take these insect corpses for themselves. These were all Lord Arthur's spoils of war. The two level 5 Temple Knights summoned their energy clones. After a period of nourishment, as long as they didn't fight, their energy clones could still move freely. The energy clones carried the spatial rings and began the vast work of collecting insect materials. Of course, neither David nor the two level 5 Temple Knights were interested in those low-grade materials, so the energy clones first collected level 3 and level 4 materials and strengthened meat. Meanwhile, the two level 5 Temple Knights' main bodies flew into space and killed the insects near the Guardian planet. David rode the silver-winged dragon and set off from the Guardian planet. He was very close to the border of the great world of God. As if they had received the news, although this place wasn't a busy place, there would still be galactic shuttles and cargo shuttles passing by from time to time, but there were no galactic shuttles at this time. The silver-winged dragon constantly used blink, and David's figure flickered in and out of space. Finally, he arrived at the border of the great world of God. After passing through a barrier, the black and white world in front of him became colorful, while the great world of God behind him became black and white. David saw the War Star wrapped in red substance. The War Star was still in a sealed state, and the outside world couldn't enter it until it was empty. However, that was only for ordinary people. To him, this red substance didn't have any effect. David didn't sense any danger from the red substance. Based on this fact alone, he could be sure that he wouldn't be harmed if he entered the red substance. Black Dragon Alexis curiously said, "This space truly is strange. The three worlds have gathered here, forming the superposition of the laws of the three worlds." On David's shoulder, Black Dragon Alexis looked at War Star and curiously commented. Even the Black Dragon Alexis, who had lived for countless years, had never seen such a strange space with his own eyes. Although he knew how the War Star was formed from the knowledge he had received from David, it was completely different from seeing the War Star with his own eyes. The more powerful a being was, the more they would feel when looking at the War Star. At this moment, David thought of the Black Dragon Alexis and asked, "Right, Alexis, can you enter the War Star? The energy here isn't stable, and if you're not careful, the energy here will go berserk." He didn't want to bring the Black Dragon Alexis and mess up the War Star. If he failed to find any reinforcements, it would only cause more trouble. This space truly is weak. Strange, how could such a weak space exist for so long? But that's fine. Pure strength won't have much of an effect in this space. On the other hand, you should be careful. You have many special abilities that could have a very large effect. The Black Dragon Alexis replied, "I'll be careful as well." David naturally knew this. Even a level 5 Temple Knight did not dare to use his full strength on the War Star, let alone a legend with a legend soul like him, who was even more powerful than a level 5 Temple Knight. The Black Dragon Alexis recalled David's punch from before and reminded him, "In truth, you can use the laws of the small world in your soul space. Using the laws, there will greatly increase your fighting strength without affecting this space." When David heard the Black Dragon Alexis mention the increase in fighting strength, he immediately understood that the Black Dragon Alexis was referring to his strange punch. Until now, he still could not figure out how his punch could be so powerful that it could injure a level 5 insectoid so easily. It must be understood that David had not used any weapons at the time, only his fists. In theory, this was simply unrealistic. Although David had a legend soul, his body was still at the level of a level 5 Temple Knight. Even after being modified by the laws of strength, he was only stronger than an ordinary level 5 Temple Knight, comparable to a peak level 5 Temple Knight. This was mainly because David had not been a level 5 Temple Knight for long. Later on, with the help of the Black Dragon Alexis and the Black Dragon Bloodline, his cultivation time was still very short. It took time to increase one's strength. Although David had the essence of a Black Dragon and learned the Black Dragon's cultivation technique, Black Dragon's Slumber, to surpass a level 5 Temple Knight, he still needed to go through a long period of cultivation. Of course, David's potential was far greater than any level 5 Temple Knight. His soul had reached the legend rank, and the cultivation of his body was needless to say. As long as he continued to cultivate, the Black Dragon would far surpass the legend rank when he reached adulthood. Even just by cultivating the Black Dragon's Slumber, as long as he was given enough time, he would one day become a god. But these were all things for the future. No matter how powerful he became in the future, it had nothing to do with him now. What he cared about the most when facing the golden-shelled bug. Alexis, when I was fighting the golden-shelled bug, how was I able to injure it with a single punch? David asked through the master-servant contract. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Now that he was in space and no one was disturbing him, it was a good time. Lord Arthur, you have mastered 2 basic rules. The first is the speed rule. The speed rule greatly increases your speed, and under the influence of the speed rule, you can accelerate your body to make the world slow down relatively. Black Dragon Alexis said after thinking for a while. David knew that his speed advantage came from the crystal left behind by the Battle Angel. After being modified several times by the Battle Angel crystal, his body speed far exceeded that of his peers. But he didn't know that this was the speed rule before, and he thought it was a special ability. He just wondered why this special ability didn't appear on the attribute panel of Shadow Weight. I have this feeling. Once I focus on a battle, I feel the world slow down, and I can see every tiny movement of my opponent. David nodded and said, You have only mastered a small part of the speed rule. When you fully master the speed rule, you can crush any opponent of the same level. Black Dragon Alexis continued. However, Black Dragon Alexis didn't explain too clearly. He was worried that David would become arrogant and complacent. When Alexis said to be able to crush those of the same level, it wasn't just limited to those of the 5th and legendary ranks. Even after David reached the divine rank and truly grasped the speed law, he would be able to crush most divine powerhouses with just this basic law. David thought of the battle between the Battle Angel and the bald deity in his soul dimension. The Battle Angel relied on her superior speed to suppress the bald deity, who obviously had the advantage in strength, and then defeated him. The other basic rule you have mastered is the strength rule. You have only mastered the surface of the strength rule. Based on your physical condition, under the effect of the strength rule, your strength is at most a notch higher than your peers, but compared to the Zergs, who are naturally strong, you're still a little weaker, Black Dragon Alexis explained. David's eyes were focused. He knew that Black Dragon Alexis was going to explain the reason for that punch. When you attacked the golden-shelled bug, you unintentionally used the strength rule of the small world in your soul dimension. According to your control of the strength rule, a part of the small world was integrated into your attack, creating the power of that punch. Black Dragon Alexis continued to explain. David quickly recalled the scene at that time. Without the Black Dragon Alexis's reminder and analysis, he might have needed a long time to explore, but with the Black Dragon Alexis's guidance, he found the most correct path. This was the difference between having an inheritance and not having one. Without an inheritance, every bit of progress had to be made by one's own trial and error, and this process would waste a lot of time and energy. Alexis, how do I control the strength rule? David asked again. The strength rule is in your soul dimension. Maybe you haven't noticed it yet. Black Dragon Alexis could only give him a hint. Black Dragon Alexis did not control the strength rule itself, so it could not say that. As a god-level expert, it also cared about its reputation. Therefore, Black Dragon Alexis could only explain the strength rule according to its own Black Dragon power. After all, both of them were rules that could be mastered. David was a little confused. Although his soul dimension was big, After continuous exploration, he was already very familiar with everything in the small world in his soul dimension. If the strength rule was in the small world, then where was it? David's mind entered the small world in his soul dimension. The huge small world was completely covered by his consciousness as he scanned it. This was the benefit of a legendary level soul. However, he looked around and did not find anything that might be similar to the strength rule. His consciousness scanned the small world many times and finally stopped on the 2 God crystals. In the past, David had investigated the 2 God spirit crystals, but he hadn't been able to find anything. So, he gave up on the idea of investigating them. The 2 God crystals would be useful when David needed them, and they would take the initiative to solve one problem after another for him. He used the knowledge of the Interstellar Federation to treat the 2 God crystals as a kind of high-level computing core with a certain degree of intelligence. He had always used the 2 God crystals in this way. He let the 101 soul doppelgangers perform the analysis, and then used the 2 God crystals to speed up the computing speed. He thought that this was the most correct way to use them. Chapter 940. David tried to put his mind close to the bald man's God crystal. Perhaps it was because his soul had reached the legendary rank and met some conditions, but after touching the God crystal this time, he could clearly feel that it was different from before. The originally illusory God spirit crystal of the bald, brawny man had a complicated golden pattern inside it after his mind touched it. The moment David sensed the golden pattern, he froze on the spot. His mind seemed to have come into contact with an unknown and mysterious place. The golden pattern was like a whirlpool that wanted to suck his mind in. Fortunately, he had a special connection with the golden pattern, which allowed him to barely keep his mind intact. After 10 breaths of time, David's mind was sent to the golden pattern, and some information was transmitted to him through the golden pattern. After 20 breaths, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer and quickly withdrew his mind. After withdrawing from the bald man's God crystal, David felt exhausted. In that short 20 breaths of time, he had used up a lot of energy and stamina. He then stimulated the indestructible life force to replenish his body's energy. Black Dragon Alexis was speechless as it watched David use the indestructible life force as a normal recovery potion. Even though it knew that David could mass-produce the indestructible life force, the Black Dragon Alexis still wasn't used to it. After absorbing the indestructible life force, David's stamina were restored to peak condition. He mobilized his 101 soul avatars and began to organize and analyze the information he had just received. Although it was only a short 10 breaths of information, it was so complicated that David didn't know where to start. This information was only a small part of the law of strength. With the strength of his soul, he could only accept so much information. In fact, this was David's luck. Basic laws like the law of strength could only be learned by geniuses like the Child of Destiny. They were born with the innate ability of the law of strength, and as they grew, they would slowly master the law of strength. If one wanted to learn the basic rules through postnatal training, this path was too difficult. It was so difficult that the probability of success was close to zero. Take the bald, godly spirit, for example. This godly spirit was the Child of Destiny. He didn't need to learn anything. He just needed to grow, and his strength would soar. Such a Child of Destiny would only appear once every 10 million years. Furthermore, there would be a chance for them to survive through the growth period, and even fewer would be able to reach the divine level in the end. David rode on the back of the silver pterosaur and stood in space. His special existence had attracted a lot of attention. The rule of strength was a high-level knowledge. Even if it was only a small portion, it was still too profound for David. This level of knowledge, if he couldn't understand it, he couldn't understand it. He couldn't rely on time to accumulate it. Fortunately, David had 101 soul clones and 2 God spirit crystals to help him calculate. He was just a little confused at first, but soon he found a clue. Then, he was able to decipher it smoothly. He was like a child who had just gotten a new toy. He pondered over the law of strength in his mind and absorbed the knowledge. The military of the war zone discovered David's figure through the sensors outside the battlestar. The federal military frigate closest to David sailed in his direction, ready to check on the situation. The outer space of the battlestar was a very sensitive area. The Interstellar Federation relied on powerful space weapons to obtain a certain advantage in space. In space, the strongest of the three worlds was still the Interstellar Federation. Of course, this was under the condition that the great world of God and the bug race's world didn't send out powerhouses above rank 5. If they did, space would become a war of mutual destruction. Speaking of which, unless it was absolutely necessary, neither the gods of the great world of God nor the bug race's world would take the initiative to fight the Interstellar Federation in space. The gods didn't want to use their lives to fight against machines. Most importantly, once they entered the Interstellar Federation, the gods' power would be suppressed, and the Interstellar Federation space weapons would deal fatal damage to the gods. This was not a guess, but something that had happened many years ago. It was for this reason that they had to leave the war zone. Rather than saying that the war zone was blocking the bug race, it was more accurate to say that it was blocking any gods that spied on the Interstellar Federation. The 6th Iron Wall fleet, guarding the last line of defense of the war zone, was also a barrier with weapons that could end the gods. When the military frigate was close to 100 kilometers away, it had already recognized Lord Arthur through scanning. Perhaps the Interstellar Federation did not care about most of the nobles of the great world of God, but they were extremely concerned about Lord Arthur. This was because this was a noble who had expressed goodwill toward the Interstellar Federation, a knight with limitless potential. Now, his potential could no longer be called limitless, because according to the information from the great world of God, Lord Arthur was publicly acknowledged as the #1 knight of the great world of God. Thus, when it was confirmed that Lord Arthur had appeared in space outside the war star, the military frigate did not approach and immediately reported back to headquarters. The military frigate stopped 100 kilometers away. The military did not want any unexpected conflict with Lord Arthur. On the war star, the level 5 Temple Knight Taodi looked up at the sky. The energy of the war star was extremely sensitive to the aura of a level 5 expert. As long as a level 5 expert approached, any level 5 expert on the war star would be able to sense it. With a thought, the level 5 Temple Knight Taodi's energy clone rose into the air and flew away from the war star. The energy clone ignored the red substance outside the war star and passed through the thick blockade of red substance. In the insectoid territory, the half-body spider queen also looked up at the sky. That familiar feeling appeared once more. It was the arrival of its nemesis. However, this time, its nemesis had reached level 5, which was something that the half-body spider queen could not believe. It must be known that 2 years ago, this little guy had not even reached level 2. A few months ago, he had jumped to level 4 and could even fight with its clone. This was something that the half-body spider queen could not accept. The gap between level 4 and level 5 was known as a natural chasm. It was not something that could be crossed so easily. Even if one managed to cross it, they would need many years to digest their strength. With this mentality in mind, the half-body spider queen's energy clone rose into the air and flew toward David in space. The reason why so many level 5 powerhouses wanted to fly out of the war star was because once David entered the war star, neither friend nor foe would be able to attack him. This was also a mistake on Chairman Gould's part. He was currently approaching the spatial gate and preparing for a big battle. Furthermore, he had just become the chairman, so there were many things that he did not consider properly. He also did not establish a think tank in time to share his workload. Chairman Gould could not be blamed for this. Things had happened one after another, and he was still in the state of being the chairman when he began to experience a battle that had not happened in thousands of years. The level 5 Temple Knight Taodi did not receive any news from the Supreme Council. When his energy clone flew out of the red substance, he saw the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone flying from the other side. Both sides looked at each other, and the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone suddenly accelerated. The level 5 Temple Knight Taodi was shocked and hurriedly chased after it. But the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was clearly faster than the level 5 Temple Knight Taodi's energy clone. The 5th rank insectoids didn't have energy doppelgangers at first, but after the battle with the 5th rank Temple Knight, they researched the energy doppelgangers of the 5th rank Temple Knight and had the Queen Mother create an insectoid doppelganger. However, this Zerg energy clone was not something that could be cultivated by everyone. Only a portion of level 5 Zergs could cultivate it. Unless the level 5 Zergs were preparing to be sent to the War Star, even those who could cultivate energy clones would not take the initiative to do so. The main reason for this was that the combat power of the Zerg energy clone was far inferior to the main body. How could the Zergs, who valued combat power, like energy clones? The half-body Spider Queen's energy clone saw a familiar figure. The person who had his eyes closed and seemed to be deep in thought was its enemy. The half-body Spider Queen thought of the humiliation it had suffered that day. This human had challenged its energy clone with the strength of a level 4 Zerg. Due to the environment of the War Star, it was unable to display its full strength, causing it to be laughed at by many level 5 Zergs. If it encountered David in space, even if it had become a level 5 Temple Knight, the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was very confident that it could kill David. In the half-body Spider Queen's opinion, David had only been a level 5 Temple Knight for a short period of time. So how strong could he be? The half-body Spider Queen's energy clone sped up again, level 5 energy surging within its body. It no longer had any reservations as it mobilized as much energy as it could, wanting to kill this enemy in one strike. The level 5 Temple Knight, following behind the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone, also recognized Lord Arthur. The level 5 Temple Knight knew more about Lord Arthur's strength than the half-body Spider Queen. From the news from the great world of God, Lord Arthur's strength had suppressed all the knights in the great world of God. Many level 5 Temple Knights and level 5 bishops who had run rampant for thousands of years had fallen at the hands of Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur had used his unparalleled strength to solidify his position as the #1 knight in the great world of God, truly courting death. The energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight coldly watched as the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone approached Lord Arthur. It seemed like it wanted to take the initiative to attack, and he couldn't help but think to himself. The same thing happened on the military's corvette. The scanning system captured the figures of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone and Lord Arthur. The soldiers on the corvette, as well as the military bigwigs who were watching the battle through the corvette's scanning system, were all waiting for the clash between the two level 5 experts. On one side was the infamous half-body Spider Queen on Battlestar. She had wreaked havoc on Battlestar for many years, including the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. Countless experts had died at her hands. On the other side was the legendary great world of God's upstart, a peerless genius. The battle between the two level 5 experts this time was of great research value to the Interstellar Federation, so the military's corvette's scanning system was turned on to the maximum in order to get a better view of the battlefield. The half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was extremely fast in space. Its huge body was completely made of energy, and just the level 5 energy in its body was many times more than the level 5 bloodline power of an ordinary Temple Knight's energy clone. The half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was getting closer and closer to David, but David didn't move at all, as if he didn't notice it. Something's wrong. The level 5 Temple Knight was shocked. He could see that Lord Arthur's state wasn't right, as if he was immersed in a state of enlightenment. Be careful! He couldn't help but yell out. However, in space, even if he used his level 5 bloodline power to transmit his voice, he still wasn't as fast as the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone. When the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was only 10 meters away from David, David frowned slightly, as if he wasn't happy about being disturbed. David still hadn't woken up from the knowledge of the law of strength. The pressure that the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone gave him was simply too small. Just by relying on the divine artifact Dark Shadow on his body, he could withstand the attacks of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone for a while. One had to know that the level 5 insectoids didn't like energy clones because they couldn't share the innate ability of the insectoids. The level 5 insectoid strength wasn't just their body strength, but also their innate ability. The defense of the level 5 insectoid's energy clone was naturally very weak, and its strength was completely controlled by the level 5 energy. It couldn't compare to the level 5 insectoid's actual strength, and it didn't have any innate ability. One could only imagine how powerful the level 5 insectoid's energy clone was. While the level 5 Temple Knight and the Interstellar Federation's military were worried, the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone used its legs to stab towards David's head. In order to increase its attack power, the level 5 energy wrapped around its legs. The Black Dragon Alexis slightly adjusted its position. If David still didn't react, it would help solve the problem. The Black Dragon Alexis knew David's current state. This state was very precious, and it was very important for David to receive the baptism of the law of strength for the first time. The energy leg pierced through the void and reached David's head in an instant. David instinctively shook, and the leg missed. David's right hand grabbed the attacking leg of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone. At this moment, the remaining legs of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone all attacked him with a terrifying amount of energy. Unfortunately, all of these attacks were neutralized by David's hand that was holding the leg of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone. With this shake, not only was the attack of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone forced to stop, but a destructive power also flowed from David's right hand into the body of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone. The half-body Spider Queen's energy doppelganger didn't even have the chance to struggle. Part of its soul and mind was completely destroyed. Even the rank 5 energy that formed the doppelganger became extremely weak in front of this destructive power. Chapter 941. In space, David's figure was still standing. His right hand was still clenched, but the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone had completely disappeared. Because the battle had happened too quickly, the half-body Spider Queen in the Battlestar insectoid territory only felt a tearing sensation in its soul before the energy clone disappeared. The half-body Spider Queen opened its eyes in a daze. It didn't understand what had just happened. Although its energy clone wasn't an extremely powerful existence, it shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. If the half-body Spider Queen that had participated in the battle was so confused, there was no need to talk about the two spectators. The level 5 Temple Knight was also a level 5, but he couldn't understand what had just happened. How could a level 5 insectoid's energy clone be so casually destroyed like it was a baby? That was a genuine energy clone of the 5th rank, an existence even more powerful than the energy clone of a 5th ranked Temple Knight of Taodi. So this is the number 1 knight. Can a knight really be this strong? This was the first time the level 5 Temple Knight questioned his own strength. As a level 5 Temple Knight, Lord Arthur had just broken through. In the level 5 Temple Knight's mind, the reason why Lord Arthur was so strong was because he had grasped some kind of powerful innate ability. This kind of peerless genius would appear every 1,000 years, but none of them were as dazzling as Lord Arthur. However, Taodi, a level 5 Holy Knight, could guarantee with her energy doppelganger that Lord Arthur didn't use any of his innate abilities. Moreover, from the moment the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone attacked until the end of the battle, Lord Arthur was clearly still in a state of enlightenment. The battle just now was just Lord Arthur's instincts. In fact, the level 5 Temple Knight's guess wasn't correct, but he couldn't be blamed. The ability David had just used was too high-end. It was so high-end that even a level 5 Temple Knight like Tao Heti couldn't understand it. Since the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone wasn't much of a threat to David, it wasn't enough to wake him up from his thoughts. Therefore, David could only fight back instinctively. However, as David retaliated, he instinctively unleashed the power law due to his partial mastery of the power law. He used the power law of the small world in his soul space and infused part of the small world's mass into his casual shake. Don't underestimate David's slight tremble. Part of the small world's mass was involved, which meant that a part of the small world was fighting against the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone. Half-body Spider Queen's energy doppelganger was barely at the 5th rank, while David himself was at the legendary rank. The law of strength was a rare ability even amongst deities, so this kind of confrontation was unfair from start. The Knight of Taoti's level 5 Holy Temple could at least guess what was going on, but the people watching the battle from the Interstellar Federation's corvettes and the military bases further away were all confused. Wasn't this supposed to be a great battle, a clash between levels 5? How did it end up like this? If the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone hadn't flown out of the War Star, and if they hadn't interacted with it many times, they would have suspected that this half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was a fake. Immediately send the video to the Federation's research center. We need to know Lord Arthur's true strength. Adams ordered his adjutant. Yes, sir. The adjutant immediately got to work. I wonder why this Lord Arthur is here. What if such a powerful existence wants to enter the Federation? Lieutenant General North asked. Lieutenant General North's worries weren't without reason. According to the rules of the Interstellar Federation, even a level 4 Sky Knight had a limit on the number of people allowed to enter the Interstellar Federation, let alone a level 5 Holy Knight. And this Lord Arthur's strength was clearly consistent with the information from the great world of God, perhaps even stronger. They had thought that the great world of God was promoting Lord Arthur, but now they knew that there was no need for promotion. Lord Arthur could probably sweep through everything in the great world of God. Try your best to persuade Lord Arthur not to enter the Federation. If necessary, have the upper echelons of the Federation come to the war zone to meet with Lord Arthur. Adams understood the danger and said in a low voice, I hope that Lord Arthur will remain friendly to the Federation after he becomes powerful. Lieutenant General North softly said. In the eyes of the war zone's military bigwigs, Lord Arthur was equivalent to a destructive humanoid weapon. It was impossible for such a powerful existence to enter the Interstellar Federation's peaceful territory through the war zone. If Lord Arthur went crazy there, then the Interstellar Federation would have to pay an unimaginable price to kill Lord Arthur. The atmosphere in the office was very heavy. The eyes of the military bigwigs returned to the screen, and Lord Arthur's figure was still standing in space. After witnessing Lord Arthur's strength, no one dared to disturb his thoughts at this time. Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight carefully kept a safe distance from David and stood there waiting for David to wake up. After an hour of silence, David finally opened his eyes. He saw Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight's energy clone not far away. Taoti Holy Knight, we meet again. David smiled and performed a knight salute. Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight was not so relaxed. He respectfully returned the knight salute. Greetings, Lord Arthur. David shook his head helplessly. Although what happened just now was an instinctive reaction, he remembered what had happened after he woke up. The difference in strength between the two sides, who were originally on equal footing, had created a gap in ranks. David was now not only a member of the Supreme Council, but also the leader of a top noble. He was also the first knight of the great world of God. Furthermore, he had displayed terrifying combat power on the spot. How could Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight not treat him with respect? I represent the Supreme Council this time and have been asked by President Gould to meet with the Interstellar Federation's military. I need you to arrange it. David said in a deep voice, Please follow me to the War Star. My body is making the arrangements for you. Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight bowed. Okay, David replied. He did not have the silver-winged dragon use its innate blink ability. Instead, he flew toward the War Star with Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight's energy clone. After entering the red substance, David discovered that it was filled with an extremely unstable substance. This substance had many characteristics. It was toxic, corrosive, radioactive, electromagnetic, and so on. It could be said that resisting the red substance was not easy. It required far too many attributes, and the ordinary warships of the Interstellar Federation could not meet this requirement. Any other life form below level 5 would die if they entered. Only a level 5 powerhouse could rely on their own strength to resist the red substance and enter the Warstar. After passing through the red substance, David sensed an extremely unstable energy. He couldn't help but lighten his breathing, afraid that he would accidentally trigger an explosion of energy. With David's current strength, he could clearly sense the uniqueness of the Warstar. The energy here was extremely violent, and any level 5 energy that exceeded a certain threshold could ignite it. Lord Arthur, please control the use of your bloodline power. It's best to only use pure strength here. Inside the Warstar, a battle with a level 5 insectoid will only be a battle of pure strength. Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight cautiously warned. Lord Arthur was different from the other level 5 powerhouses who had been assigned to the Warstar. Whether it was the level 5 insectoids or the level 5 Holy Knight of the great world of God, they had all sworn an oath to not use level 5 energy that exceeded a certain threshold before entering the Warstar. Using this rule, the insectoids and the level 5 powerhouses of the great world of God would often set traps for each other, using this rule to kill the other. The large number of level 5 materials in the great world of God had been obtained in this manner over the past 10,000 years. Of course, the level 5 Holy Knight had also lost quite a few. Taoti's level 5 Holy Knight did not want Lord Arthur to unknowingly ignite the energy of the Warstar. I'll be careful, David said with a nod. David did not care about using pure strength. During that 1 hour in space, he had grasped some ways to use the rule of force. He could use the rule of force of the small world in his soul space every once in a while to unleash a destructive strike that could heavily injure a level 5 insectoid. At David's current level, he was still unable to freely use the force law of the small world in his soul space. This was also why David had been unable to use the law of strength after fusing it with his soul space. It was not only because he had not truly grasped the law of strength, but also because his strength did not allow it. Lord Arthur, why are the resources here so plentiful? Black Dragon Alexis discovered even more of the uniqueness of the Warstar and asked. Alexis, the Black Dragon, did not expect David to answer. His perception was that this should be related to the overlapping of the 3 worlds. Such a strange space had never happened before. There was no precedent, and no one in his time had studied it. This is also why the Warstar has always existed despite being so weak. David sighed through the master-servant contract. Just think about it. If any level 5 expert were to disturb the energy of the Warstar, they would be able to cause massive destruction. But after 10,000 years, the Warstar still existed. From this, one could imagine how tightly the 3 worlds protected the Warstar. To the 3 worlds, the Warstar was an inexhaustible source of energy. Destroying this place meant that there would be fewer resources, which was unacceptable to any world that wanted to develop. For this reason, 2 of the 3 hostile worlds had formed an alliance, reaching an agreement with the insectoid world to limit future wars. The wars of the Warstar were limited to level 4S. The battles between level 5S were independent conflicts and would not appear in any large-scale wars. In the Warstar military headquarters, Admiral Adams received news from the level 5 Temple Knight from Taoti that Lord Arthur had requested to meet with Admiral Adams. Admiral Adams naturally would not refuse. In truth, he was also impatient to meet with Lord Arthur and learn of Lord Arthur's goal in coming to the Warstar. Both sides were in a hurry, which allowed the matter to proceed smoothly. Taoti's level 5 Temple Knights' main body handled everything, while all the members of the great world of God's Warstar side cooperated fully. The location of the meeting was the castle of Worcester's manager, Earl Brooks. When David and Taudi's level 5 Temple Knights energy clones landed in the castle's plaza, Admiral Adams's hovercar had also arrived. "Lord Arthur, it's an honor to meet you again." General Adams took the initiative to greet Arthur. "Admiral Adams, it's also my honor." David felt very helpless. Even as David, he would have to call Admiral Adams uncle, so he had to show sufficient respect. "Sirs, please enter the castle for a detailed discussion. I've prepared food and drinks." As the host, Earl Brooks naturally could not allow two important figures to talk outside, so he smiled as he spoke. In the castle's conference room, David sat at the head of the table, while Admiral Adams sat to the side. "Admiral Adams, I've come on behalf of Chairman Gould to request war assistance from the Interstellar Federation," David solemnly said. Admiral Adams was startled, and even the deputy responsible for taking notes couldn't help but tremble. The Interstellar Federation naturally knew just how powerful the great world of God was after 10,000 years of contact with the Warstar military. For such a powerful great world of God to request war assistance from the Interstellar Federation, there could only be one possibility. A major problem had arisen within the great world of God. "Lord Arthur, according to the alliance agreement, the Interstellar Federation will not interfere with the internal affairs of the great world of God," Admiral Adams explained. "Just a day ago, in the star field of chaos between the great world of God's guardian planet and Tula, a powerful spatial fluctuation appeared. In the end, it formed a spatial gate connecting the great world of God and the insectoid world. The spatial gate can allow one to pass through level 5 insectoids. Due to the location of the spatial gate, we are unable to reinforce the guardian planet. We hope that the Interstellar Federation will send troops to help defend the guardian planet and ensure that the guardian planet is not occupied by the insectoids." David explained in detail. Only now did Admiral Adams understand the reason for this matter. This was a confirmation talisman and an alliance agreement signed between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. When fighting against the insectoids together, they could request military assistance from the other side if needed. However, the insectoid invasions in the past had mostly occurred in the Interstellar Federation's war zones, so it had always been the experts of the great world of God assisting the Interstellar Federation and resolving the war zone's problems. "I need to report this to the Grand Marshal and the President and give you a reply as soon as possible." Admiral Adams did not have the authority to make such a decision. Sending troops into the great world of God could not be done without the orders of the Federal High Command. "I will wait for your news on the Warstar," David said in a deep voice. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."